Yeah, me personally, I'm not bothered by that because I really like Jason in the jacket look, but that's just me.
Well, I just think they should have them both available. I don't mean to get rid of the jacket. It's like, but there was just a gazillion other movies, and they only have the look from one
They
of them.
definitely should offer up the other ones though. Yeah, but anyway. Ah, fucking Christ. So, John, we're back at it with this bullshit again. So, we're back with fucking Telltale's Walking Dead is political somehow still. And now we're actually getting into the fucking game finally. Part 2, Race, Gender, and Childhood in Telltale's The Walking Dead. So, John, right from the get-go, do you agree that like race, gender, and childhood are the themes in Walking Dead?
No. And I think you should actually check out perhaps some of the comments on this video because they were getting clapped back at for their thoughts on a lot of them.
Oh,
There's a lot
really?
there's a lot of comments, but they you can kind it was like probably 1 in 3. Like, yeah, there's a bunch that were like, yeah, the ones they responded to, not the nice ones, but oh yeah, you filter everything through race. The oppression oppression seems delusional to me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this person, I'm pretty sure he's the one that said he was like a white guy, and so they just dismiss everything they say. They're just like, "Oh, it doesn't matter to you because you're white." And he's like,
Oh
"But
my.
I," even though he says
Yeah,
I
as a white
sympathize with
man, I
Lee.
easily related to Lee, Clem, and Javier. To me and most people, the game wasn't about race and oppression. The first season, parents of all races always being judged for every little thing, including their past. What?
Hmm.
Second
Oh, he's talking
season.
about the guy at the end of the game that, like, whatever you did, he's
Oh yeah,
mad at you and he takes.
Ranger. Yeah.
Yeah.
Second season, growing up and realizing how uncaring and unreliable adults are, and realizing you have to watch out for yourself when your parents aren't around. The final season felt like a mix of the first two, with Clem being the judge for her parenting and then sending a 5-year-old to die when they could have just taken his gun. I somewhat disagree with everything you said, but it was a good video. Oh, well, I disagree. I think that's
Damn, I can't believe you said it was a good video at the end. I didn't even read that far before.
incredible how presenting a substantial amount of research and evidence makes me delusional, and that to a white man of a series of games for only people of color were not about race or oppression. Oh my
White
god.
man, opinion discarded.
Yeah, you need a CAT scan. It would be cool to get neuroscientific evidence of what makes me so smart. Oh my god. You would not have survived the first few days. As a socialist communist, you're taking things too far.
She
Trying
gets
to insult someone by implying they're not strong enough to survive a zombie apocalypse isn't a very socialist or communist thing to do.
what? No, he's
I
not saying he's a social. Anyways.
don't know.
Nah, not those ones. This has
I
to be
don't
my,
want to
oh yeah,
delay.
this has to be my favorite schizophrenia flavor. Yeah, there's just a lot of good. They basically, I think their dislike ratio is very high on this video because there was a lot of comments, like even after being filtered, that it was like, wow, you're getting a lot of clapback here.
Oh yeah, fucking Christ. Anyway, let's now. I will say, race and gender. No, they're not subjects that the Walking Dead series touches on. Childhood. You could argue that.
Yeah, coming
So
of age kind of story during an
yeah.
apocalypse.
Yes, yeah, not even like really like not yeah, and also like parenthood and whatnot, and like
Mm.
because like there's like a big recurring motif with like adopted children in this series, so like you could maybe argue childhood. So like at the very least, I'm interested to see like how they link this to childhood at least. But anyway. The zombification of Lee Everett. Oh, jeez, here we go. You're gonna say like, oh, Lee is just depressed, and like Lee turning into a zombie is like an allegory for him being oppressed or some shit.
Well, no, it's gonna be like this is how white people see black people is his zombie form. They think all black people are mindless, just trying to eat them.
Yeah.
I guarantee that's like the direction they're gonna go. It's just like this is representative of how black people are seen by some elements of the white culture.
Yeah. Anyway.
There is no singular thing called masculinity.
Yes, there is. I'm sorry, lady. I don't know what to tell you.
mean-
I think we can all identify what masculinity is here and now.
Well, I guess you could say there's multiple aspects to masculinity, so in that respect they're right. It's like, oh, there's no single thing. Sure, there's multiple things that are put in with masculinity.
Well, I
but
would still argue it's like one single thing. It's just made up
Yeah.
of those multiple things, though. So
yeah, it's
anyway.
just like a stupid kind of wording that they tried to use there. Hey, look, I'm Emmeline with her stupid teacup. I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
And black masculinity is no different.
I feel like it's the same no matter what of race. So
Better thought of as masculinities, they're diverse, plural, and sometimes even subversive, not always belonging to men, for example. But there's often a difference between what black masculinities really are and what black masculinity as a monolithic idea created by white supremacy is.
what the?
We didn't invent that shit. You're making that up yourself right now.
Yeah.
This white supremacist idea of black masculinity is usually the racial and gendered characterization of black men
Oh, that was
as
you.
aggressive, criminal.
Yeah.
I was like,
What,
where'd
you
this
think she
music
was
suddenly
playing
pop
Street
in?
Fighter 3 music?
I was more confused about why she would put music in the middle of one of her sentences in the video. Just like randomly started.
Yeah.
Also, I love how she's like using UFC fighters. It's like they act the same as other UFC fighters. Like that's like bringing up Booker T and fucking wrestling and being like, "Look, black masculinity." It's like, no, that's just he's like every other
That's
wrestler.
how
What are you
people
talking about?
wrestle. Hang on, Dave says, pause for sec. This is crazy, lol. I want to react. Well, Dave,
Oh,
come on,
damn.
bro. You have the link.
Hit the links, Dave, like a golfer.
Use the link, Dave. It's
Go-
in the
yeah.
comment section and on Discord. Use the link, Dave.
and barbaric. In video games, black men are underrepresented overall, but where they are represented, it's usually as
Wait, what'd you say, John?
They're represented plenty. I just said in response to black men are hardly represented at all in video games.
Yeah, pretty much.
And also, like,
Extras.
she's showing a fucking GTA scene. Does she realize, like, everybody is crazy and kills people in GTA? It's actually
Yeah.
a very racially equal kind of game. Like, Trevor in GTA 5 acts probably crazier than any black character in GTA ever has. Like,
Yeah.
athletes or support characters, cementing associations of black men with criminality, physical strength, and aggression.
If you're playing a UFC game, I'm sorry, but there's going to be black athletes. That doesn't mean we're stereotyping black people as athletes. That's just accurately representing who's participating in the sport. It's literally like real people that they're just translating into the game. This is like in the NFL games, if most of the wide receivers or something are black and this person's playing it, they're just like, I can't believe that they made all these players black. It's like, no, it's all real people. This is just we're just
Yeah, and
like
you want to
real
know
life
why there's like,
monsters.
and you want to know why a lot of like, hang on, what was their list again here? Yeah, you want to know why a lot of black characters are gangsters, athletes, and support characters. Well, there's tons of white support characters. So that doesn't mean a damn thing. But you want to know why there's a ton of like gangsters and athletes that are black characters? Because a lot of black dudes end up becoming that IRL. Not all of them, obviously, but a good chunk. Yeah.
I just think the sports one's particularly like ridiculous because it's like we're not just making up black sports athletes. The sports games are just they take real life and they put it in the game. They don't make up original characters for the teams. They take real people.
Right.
Strength and aggression, and cementing their marginal place. One
No,
gendered
it doesn't. What the fuck you talking about?
white
She keeps bringing up
supremacist
GTA, like every black character. It's like, again, everybody in GTA is like this. You're just selecting the black people to make it look like they're doing that. It's like, show me Nico Bellic and he's doing gangster shit all the time, killing people. Like, what do you want? You want the black people in GTA to be like the sane, super like classy characters? Be like, I don't like crime personally. Oh dear. And then you got like fucking crazy white people running around blowing shit up.
Yeah, pretty much.
white supremacist trope about
How is it a gendered what? Okay, whatever.
black men is that they're bad, abusive, or absent fathers, for example. In
Ah.
reality,
Well, that's
studies
just
show
statistically true.
Yeah, sorry, lady. I don't know what to tell you there.
Social fathering is common in African American and low-income homes, which are more likely to be run by a single parent. A CDC study from 2013 found that black fathers that are separate from their children are as involved, if not more so, with their children than fathers of other races. The same is true for black fathers who live with their families. Nevertheless, the deadbeat black dad trope along
So that was a very strange statistic to try to counter this. What did she just say? It's like if you have
African
the
American
black
and low-income
separated dads are
Can you guys
more.
hear me?
Yeah, Dave, we
got
can
you,
hear
Dave.
ya.
Okay, I was just making sure I didn't know.
Oh, Dave, here we go. So, yeah, Dave is finally making his appearance on the Backseat Boys. Dave, here we go. We're finally getting into fucking race and shit here now. Here, hang on.
Yeah, I was watching. I wanted you to start. I almost wish you could just start over, but I know that'd be shitty.
Yeah, don't worry, Dave. You didn't miss much so far. But basically, it's like, oh, all black people are like criminals and fucking
Okay,
athletes so far. Is her
If
point
I
here?
could just like comment on what you watched so far, because I've seen a little bit of it because I was watching on my phone to keep up.
Alright.
But so basically, there's like, I guess like two types of black people, right? There's people that think like her, and then there's people who've been like basically right wing their whole life, like me. Because I grew up around like Iraq vets and like mostly dudes, and so because of that, it was like, you know, work your ass off, get it your own way. But I ain't gonna lie, there is an element of, bro, like white people don't like you. Now, obviously, not all white people think that way, but like it's like get it yourself, build it yourself. Don't sit here and rely and beg these people, basically. But it's gonna sound disrespectful, like just hearing that straight up. You feel me? But yeah, we're not pussies like this. Like most dudes, the real thing is that black dudes that don't think like this, they aren't internet savvy. Like real hood niggas, like I grew up around them and I used to be one, but I'm not no more. But like we're not, like I had to learn this. So like the problem is you're not gonna hear the real hood talk on the internet much unless they do like a real street interview. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you can play the video, but I just wanted to catch you up on the whole speed of that.
All right. So a CDC study from
more likely
2013.
to be run by a single parent. A CDC study from 2013 found that black fathers that are separate from their children are as involved, if not more so, with their children than fathers of other races. The
Depends,
same
they
is
have
true
10
for black.
kids. My dad had 10
They
kids.
kind of have to be if they have that many children. Yeah.
And they're
My dad had
as,
10 kids. He was not involved. It's too many.
and they said they're as involved as members of other races that are also separate. So, like, separated dads are basically equal, but I think more the stereotype is that there's more of them over percentage-wise
So
that are separated, and like if the separated white dads are bad too, then that statistic wouldn't mean anything.
yeah, I don't even know how they would come to that conclusion, but like just from my experience, it's just 50-50. Like you have plenty of white dads that aren't involved, plenty of black dads that aren't involved. It's not really, you can't really say that stat based on race. I wouldn't say that white dads are more involved or less involved. It's just you either have a good dad or a bad one from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Fathers who live with their families. Nevertheless, the deadbeat black dad trope, alongside the unfit black mother trope, is often used to justify the separation of black families by the state.
Okay, how many the state? How many government how is the state trying to keep black dads and black moms apart? What the fuck do you
Don't
want
you
about
know?
me?
That was actually the executive order last week. Trump had all of his agents go in and they took the babies and they were like, "Get them out of there!" They were
Okay,
Yeah.
so
pulling them away.
Gotta
from each
keep
other.
them separated. Yeah.
this is the problem with these. Like in the TikTok generation, there's no time to explain this right. So she's not gonna explain this right. When she's talking about the government kept the black people apart, she's talking about the welfare system that any rational person knew people were going to start relying on, and because of that, black people did. Now, it's tough to say, like, because there are plenty of white people living in the hills of like Tennessee and Kentucky living on welfare too. So there's, you know, that does hurt black families, but it looks like it hurts white families too, though, right? So
Yeah,
you know,
no, I whenever you were talking about like, you know, the guys who are really in the hood. They're not really on the internet and stuff. Or getting.
They don't know how to use phones, bro.
Yeah, well, there's the equivalent of that, and that it's like the super rednecks that are like out in the woods somewhere. Like you're never gonna see them in the chat rooms.
That's like... okay. So I've been saying this for years. Country people and super hood people are the same. They're basically super sheltered communities, sheltered in poverty, basically. Same thing. If you go to like a country place or area in America and mess the wrong person, Ralph and the boys are showing up to fuck you up, right? I'm sorry, I don't know if you can cuss or not. If you fucking go to like the hood and mess the wrong person, JJ and the boys are showing up to rough you up. It's the exact same in different environments. But every time I say that, oh, you're crazy, and I'm like, I'm trying to bring people together. How am I a bad guy?
Yeah. No, it's like it's the people that you only see whenever the local news interviews someone. It's either like in the innermost city or it's way out in the boondocks, and you get that woman with 3 teeth who's like, "Well, I ain't never seen this before."
The lady in Chicago, and they're like, "So has crime been down? The stats are down." She's like, "Not at all."
We got worse. Jacob here saying, "What are we doing?" Well, Jacob, we're back at The Walking Dead. We got Dave on the show finally, and now it's like apparently like The Walking Dead indulges in the deadbeat black dad trope or something. I don't fucking know.
We'll see how she ropes this back around to leave. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like we're supposed to finally be getting into the damn Walking Dead, and now she's talking about fucking GTA and Mafia footage here.
I gotta say something funny real quick, because I didn't notice they changed my name to W Terrifying.
Yeah, that was me. I did it as part of the horror month.
I love it. That's my other rap name. You know how rappers got 4 names.
Terrifying Dave. Yeah.
Okay, I like it, but I don't know who. The universe works in strange ways. I was cool with it.
More detail on that, check out our video on
we looked at, we didn't watch this video, but we looked at the thumbnail. It's fucking retarded.
Strange True Colors. Telltale's The Walking Dead feels like it critically, even intentionally engages with these racial tropes.
No, it doesn't. No, I'm telling you right now, as someone who's played the series multiple times, no, it doesn't. Dave, have you played Telltale's Walking Dead?
No, I haven't been actually gaming in a while because my computer, I'm an actual rapper. By the way, that's why I was late. I'm a real actual rapper, and I don't play video games like that because my computer has too much music shit on it. So I gotta get it on a hard drive. I'm still working on getting one of those. And so I've seen this game, but I haven't played it. Just gamers, and I watch streamers sometimes, right? And I personally never seen anything particularly racist. I know the show has a lot of, mixed, you have black people, Asian, all that. So I just thought there's people of different races, and that is going to come out in different scenes. The same as if I run into a black person, I'm okay, how I'm talking to you now, I'll be like, hey, I'm Davey, right? But if I meet a black person, I know we're both new. I'm like, hey, what up, nigga? You know what I mean? But you're like, hold on, but that's how you're going to talk to people different. You know what I mean? So if I seen that, that's what I thought it was. I never thought the game was provoking any racism, things like that. That's just my thing.
Anyway,
I'm not a race-baited person.
I just love how she's saying that there's this bad stereotype of violent black people or whatever, as she's showing the scene of Lee stabbing zombies as if Lee's stabbing them because they're white or something. It's no, she's stabbing them because they're zombies, lady. He's
stabbing them because they're in his way, and he's got to rescue Clementine, lady. Come on.
Yeah, she's trying to talk about how it's a bad stereotype as she shows a black guy stabbing all these people. It's what are you trying to imply here, lady?
See, but a real hood black guy would just laugh and be like, yeah, I mean, if someone was fucking with me, we will do that if that's necessary.
Yeah, fuck around, find out. Yeah,
that'd be cool,
Yeah, we got Jacob saying, I saw the smashing machine, by the way. It was meh. Oh, sorry to hear that, Jacob. Also, hail Melissa. Anyway.
That's what they call some guy who gets a bunch of chicks. He's the smashing machine. Anyways.
Hell yeah, brother.
Researched and recorded that gaming is a hypermasculine white space, and most popular games are centered around hypermasculine power fantasies in narrative and in gameplay. Certain genres...
Well, okay, first of all, it's not a white space, it's just, it's majority white, yeah, but that's only because you have more white people playing games.
What's wrong with that? Well, I don't understand. Why is that a problem? They can create black people can create video games for black people, and they have, and we like those games, and they should make more. And if you want to make one that blends the two, what is the problem? If you Like the same as you can make DEI games, you can also make super racist games. In my opinion, I don't understand.
I just love how she's like, she keeps showing GTA 5, which first of all, that game has 3 protagonists. You can choose to play as Franklin here, or Trevor, who's a crazy white guy, trailer trash dude, or who's the other Michael, who's the ex-gangster, like also completely murderous dude. So
Also
she's trying
white,
to act, she's trying to act like GTA is like an example of like, oh look, they're portraying this black guy's a gangster. I'm like, bitch, all 3 of them are gangsters. Like they all kill people in the game.
They're different flavors of gangsters.
And GTA has had like, it's had CJ and Franklin here as its protagonists, but in all the games, you're this same crazy murderous crime written. Like it's not stereotyping.
So
it makes everybody the criminal that you play as.
Have you played San Andreas?
What's that?
Y'all played San Andreas?
Oh, San Andreas. Yeah.
Yeah, so CJ, and you saw like the different ways he interacted with different people, right? That's essentially how like the actual, like, I guess you would call him a right-wing hood guy or black guy, whatever, you know, because not all black guys are from the hood, of course, but that's pretty much how we act. And it's like, you saw when he reacts with like a rich dude, he's gonna chill. He's not finna be cussing in every other sentence, saying the N-word. But when he's with his brother, he's like, nigga, what you talking about? You know what I mean? So, you know, people know how to move, and I just hate how, and by the way, I'll say this has been pissing me off, because if you see all these, I'll just say it, pussy ass candy black people get famous fast as fuck, but real niggas, we have to work so fucking hard. It's bullshit, bro. Like we don't get these, bro. I tried to sign up for DEI. I was too right wing to get, BLM didn't fuck with me. Like I'm being for real. I got cousins who, like, them niggas don't fuck with me because I've been right wing my whole life. We have always been beefing about it. When BLM rise, I had no opportunity to be involved. Like they already knew, not you. Like, so people, I'm just saying, like, as much people hate, you know, there's race people everywhere, right? But you see Twitter and all that. And the fucked up part is you have black people working just as hard to fix the black community, but we get some of the hate too when everybody wants to, I don't care, it's all of them, I'm too mad. I'm like, bro, we face the same hate as you. You feel me?
Right. Anyway.
Military shooters, RPGs, third-person action-adventure are associated with masculinity, partly because of the physical prowess performed by the avatar, and partly because the geek masculinity of the assumed player is constructed through mastery of game.
The basketball game, it's either going to be a real-life person, which they just translated accurately. Nikola Jokic is in the basketball games too. He's white as can be. But also, if you're going by the create a character thing, you can choose to make them white or black. The game isn't assigning anything to that. That's just you making your character.
But black players are dunking on everybody. Yeah.
Hey, I made my create a character like a fucking clown. He's got a gray fro and a giant gray beard, and I made him Dominique Wilkins build so he can dunk on everybody. So you can say I'm breaking down stereotypes, you know?
I kind of look like a video game character, so I always, like, it's easy to make myself in a game.
Yeah, anyway.
If not physical athletics. Other genres are socially constructed.
What the fuck is going on here? What is this crap? Is this
Sarah, they, she?
What? She's playing a Barbie game.
As more feminine, a topic we'll return to in future videos.
Oh my god, she looks like she's having the time of her life playing this, don't you guys?
I guess.
But also, what the hell is she doing this inside my house? What the fuck?
I was just gonna say she copied your background.
Yeah, hey lady, that's my background. Fuck you. Anyway.
No, but listen, what people are gonna say now when this, like if I make a clip of this, right? People are gonna say, "Nah, bro, that's the next room over. That's secretly your boyfriend, and you're like secretly, you know, trans, but you're like pretending to play this anti, you know, DEI, anti-trans." I mean, I don't know if you're anti-trans or not, to be honest, but that's what they're gonna say though. That's in your house, and you're secretly filming your boyfriend.
This is Backseater. Whenever he uses the they she pronouns, he switches costumes and shit and shaves and everything.
Well, that's the joke with old like white Republicans, is that they're all secretly gay.
Yeah. I don't get that one, but anyway.
It's 50% true, but that's mostly Congress. I don't know if it's white.
I think that's just rich people in general. They get bored with anything regular, and so they're always into freaky shit. Like, not that being gay is freaky, but I mean, like, they're into all sorts of, like, they're not going to be into, like, the norm, just, like, missionary with a woman, you know? It's always going to be, like, something off kilter.
Yeah.
Right. Jacob says, worse mustache than Pedro Pascal. Yeah, this lady got a bad mustache,
You might
yeah.
not need any sort of technical
Unless you're talking about
mastery.
me.
Oh no.
Nah, you got a whole goatee. I don't think he would just say mustache.
Yeah, that's an entire goatee right there, yeah. Anyway.
You can't have the
Progress.
Kevin Durant length.
Yeah.
To complete the
Yeah,
game,
no, you're
or
right.
because
Except you have more hair up top than he does at this point.
Yeah, but we both don't brush our hair either. So if you ever see that shit, I cut my hair short and I just haven't cut it in a second.
Uh,
Ugh.
the game focuses more on story, character, and other elements, as opposed
Fuck.
to enacting violence.
What the heck is that crappy ass dance she doing
just
right
said
there?
The women games focus more on story and character. Like, that's not even true. She just said RPGs are associated with men. Meanwhile, these games focus on. It's like, okay, like Mass Effect focuses on story and character as much as like any game I've ever played,
I mean,
and it's an
RPG
RPG.
Don't you pick your character in most RPGs?
Oh yeah, that's the
And
other
half
thing.
the new ones have pronouns.
Well, at the very least, you customize the character in them, yeah.
Yeah,
I would say they defeated that themselves.
Yeah.
put it in the player's hands.
Domination. Black boys and men are alienated from geek masculinity because black families are less likely to have a personal
Okay, so
computer.
there's white masculinity, black masculinity, now there's geek masculinity. How many more times can she separate people?
Why don't we just save ourselves some time and list off all the masculinities, shall we?
I don't know if this is a black woman or not, but we're fucking alienated by people in the hood because they don't like nerds. What are you talking about? This is why we date white women, because black women don't like nerds. That's who alienates us. Like, and by the way, no one cares if black women are nerds because we just want attractive women. So this whole
Yeah.
like, he's basically just telling a full lie. I don't even think
Yeah,
this is a black
pelvic
woman.
gaming. She's a black nerd lady, yeah. Anyway.
console
Yes.
due to their economic.
Also, she's literally saying black people are excluded from playing video games because they're too poor and they can't buy a console.
She's a black lady, and I'm pretty sure she excludes black men that aren't hood enough for her to date, right? Like, so she's excluding nerds from her vagina, but that's okay though. I'm not even saying I'm against it. I'm just saying she should understand.
You know what? I'd rather have a more exclusive vagina than one that's rated E for everyone. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
It should be rated N for knit. No, I'm just playing.
yeah.
conditions. That's actually part of the reason black men are statistically more likely to play sports than video games. A neighborhood basketball court is free. When they do play games, they're more likely to play social games in social contexts, like at their friend's house if they're the one kid in the neighborhood who does have a PlayStation. In the first season of Telltale's The Walking Dead, you play as a black American ex-history professor, Lee Everett. This is a huge contrast to the mainstream Walking Dead comic and TV series, which follows the central character of Rick Grimes, a white
Yes.
ex-cop who very much
Okay, well, first of all, Rick is not an ex-cop. He's still a cop when the series begins. It's just that, you know, like, he doesn't have a police force to go back to because they're all dead. But anyway.
So did she want Lee to have like the same
It's important.
exact background as like Rick in order to say like that's the only way that she would accept that they weren't tackling politics is if they made every other aspect the same?
I don't-
It's
I
like,
don't-
oh, he's tackling racial stereotypes because he has a different background than Rick.
I don't think so. I think she's just establishing that they're like contrasting protagonists and like fine, but
But
anyway.
that's what I mean. Like, she's only talking about it like just that he's different. It's like, yeah, the characters are different. They have different backgrounds. I'm not gonna want them to have the exact same shit going on. Like,
I don't know. We'll have to
other
see.
than a
We'll have to
skin
watch
swap.
a little bit more. Jacob says, "Is she really pulling a Jesse gender? We'll see, Jacob. We'll see."
Well, she's not doing everything as fascism. She's doing everything as race.
Yes,
Um,
everything's racist, everything's sexist, everything's homophobic, and you have to point it all out. And hey, we got Janelle Johnson saying The Walking Dead was a good game series. Loved watching other streamers play. Yeah, Janelle. Yeah, it was a pretty good game series.
Hey.
I still recommend playing it. Yeah.
Deja, say in the chat if you think the Walking Dead series, like the game we're talking about, is racist, because that's what we're talking about. That's my
Yeah.
sister, by the way.
Oh, nice.
all times approaches everything
Oh,
like
hi.
a cop and is valorized for it. As Trey Andrea,
Hang on, I gotta
central
go back a bit.
character of Rick Grimes, a white ex-cop who very much at all times approaches everything like a cop and is valorized for it. As Trey Andrea
I'm pretty sure there's points of the series where Rick isn't valorized for it, because there's a lot of characters who have problems with how Rick does stuff. Like, does this lady not remember complaints about the Rick-tatorship from the show?
Well, Rick changes throughout the series, and also cops act different ways. There's complete asshole ones who are gonna, have their macho man complex, who want to fire. Usually small town ones who look for an excuse to fire the gun. I know that because I live in a small
Cops,
town,
yeah.
and there's some asshole ones. But then there's much more not sensitive, but diplomatic
Professionals.
ones. Yeah, very professional ones that are a lot more low key and shit. She says like a cop, as if there's only one way to act.
I need to hear
kinda
more,
stereotyping.
but it sounds like she's trying to say that white men are valorized for, I don't know, acting militaristic or something, and that black guys aren't or something. So I don't know, I need to hear more, but I have a response if that's the case.
Alright.
Rustworm writes, the first season of Telltale's
Hang on. Dystopian blackness and the limits of racial empathy in The Walking Dead and The Last of Us. Okay, if The Walking Dead series, the game series, doesn't touch on race, then The Last of Us surely doesn't either.
Dystopian blackness, that sounds like Wakanda.
Yeah.
game inverts the franchise's racial power dynamic by weaving the story and game's principal action.
The Walking Dead franchise, overall, does not have a racial power dynamic. What are you on about? Jacob says, I guess she's a fan of Zoran Mamdani. I don't know who that is.
He's
Jacob.
the guy running for mayor in New York.
Oh,
Socialist
no.
dude.
Oh, is that AOC's boyfriend?
Probably secretly, but not publicly as
Cousin.
far as I'm aware.
Cousin, husband.
Yeah.
It's Hassan Piker's buddy. I know that.
Oh, no.
They've done interviews together.
Oh, no.
And around Black college professor and father figure Lee Everett. This inversion is not only because Lee is a black man as opposed to the white Rick, but because cops serve the institution of policing, which systematically criminalizes and murders black men.
Oh my god.
See, she sees this scene and is like, this is clearly a statement on race. Meanwhile, I was just playing the game and interested in the story. I've said it before whenever we watch this video, but it's not that I didn't realize that Lee was black, but it never did it enter my frame of mind oh, should I buy this game or not? Or wow, I have to look at this situation from a black man's. I'm always just no, Lee is just a really good character. Lee was really cool, and I never really thought about his race.
So first, let me ask this: why is Lee in the cop car? What did he do?
So Lee is like she said, Lee is a history professor. But he caught his wife sleeping with another man, and he murdered that guy.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure a white guy would get arrested for that too.
Yeah.
So that's weird.
Yeah.
And
also, the guy Lee murdered was a state senator, so that's double bad news.
Right. So yeah, any person would be arrested for that. I'm not sure why she wouldn't just say you could mention hey, white guys would be arrested for this too, but if black guys have a higher chance, you can say that. That's probably fair. But as far as the whole systematic, murder stuff, obviously I don't believe in we're being systematically murdered. But as far as them, going after black gangs and all that, I actually have a new opinion on this as I got older. If we have organized crime, right, whether it's gangs working with the cartels and all that, wouldn't you have to build an organized structure to take that down?
Yes.
So I'm not saying systematic oppression of black people, but you kind of should systematically oppress criminals. If they happen to be black, then that's just circumstance,
Yeah, it's the RICO laws they used on the mob back in the day.
I'm talking about I kind of have different views on drug laws. Trump is about to deschedule weed and all that, but when it comes to actual stuff harmful to the public and all that, yeah, those people should be doing that. So I don't really know why she wouldn't just mention that,
Yeah, and Dejanelle says, to be honest, I never caught racism in The Walking Dead. Exactly, Dejanelle, exactly.
It's kind of the great equalizer to throw you into post-apocalyptic society. You're kind of forced to work with everybody.
I mean, they gave a black lady a katana. I mean, that's
yeah,
the same thing.
Michonne, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of saying hey, they're cool,
That was a clear reference to the anime community with black people.
Michonne was a big send up to Afro Samurai, obviously.
Well, either way, I mean, if it's cool, it's just make it. It doesn't matter what it's sending up. Just make it if it's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just joking about what this person will probably make a video of based on that character. They like look at it in a fucking annoying way.
In the American context, modern-day policing is traced back to the 1700s slave patrols, which terrorized black people and aimed to quash rebellion by hunting and catching
Did you just say that
enslaved.
those things are similar because they both have little star badges?
No, she's saying like their origins,
No,
like the American police has its origins in it, and
That's
I'm like,
questionable. I mean, there definitely were slave catchers. I don't think they said, "Hey, we're gonna turn this slave catchers into catching criminals." Like,
Yeah.
it's not as if there weren't people that caught. Like, if a white person stole something before police existed, someone did something about it. It's not like no one. So I don't.
Police are also all over the world. Like you go to Japan, there's police officers and stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
she should probably, if she's gonna say shit like that, just go ahead and give the literal, actual history of how the police started.
yeah.
It's too vague.
No, that's what I was laughing at. She just shows like some vague imagery that looks the same. She's like, "Look, they both have star badges. Gotcha, exactly the same." It's like,
Everything has stars in it.
yeah.
people to return them to servitude. If you've watched my video Institutional Racism in Life is Strange 2, you might see a connection there as well, in how that game portrays the police hunting the Wolf brothers, and the connection made between vigilante immigrant hunters and the institution of
Didn't
policing.
niggas escape jail?
No,
Uh,
I think they were illegal immigrants basically in that game.
That's just as bad.
Yeah. She's like, it's
Right.
institutional racism. They wouldn't arrest this other person if they came here illegally. Yes, they would.
We've established that we're dealing with a insane person.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this lady's also a total communist. She hates Palestine. She hates Israel. Yeah.
No, this is just like everything for her. Even the one comment that we were reading referenced it where they're like, she filters everything through race. Like she like take any random ass element that happens in a game and she'll be like, clearly this was a reference to their race. I was like, no, the dude killing a zombie, he didn't do it because the zombie was black. He did it because the zombie was trying to eat his brain.
Yeah.
I doubt she believes any of this crazy shit for real.
Oh, probably not. Yeah, it's probably performative kind of shit.
Jacob says she wants that Take Us North game to be released. Yeah.
You know about that one, Dave?
I mean, yeah, vaguely. I mean, like, I can't say I like watched gameplay, but I know about the whole story. It was supposed to come out, and didn't they cancel it, right?
I think
Yeah.
they've just delayed it indefinitely or something because they got such backlash to their. Because it was basically like, it was like from the perspective of the illegal immigrants, and like you were, what were you? I forget what they're called, but the person trying to lead them in, like, past all the border patrol and shit. So it was like, playing as the bad guys essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why they would even make that at any time.
Because Orange Man bad.
How do you make a game that's about escaping to get to America, but you hate America?
Yeah.
Very interesting, but anyway.
Now, zombie games, as I've described, generally lie firmly within the hypermasculine colonial power fantasy category by being near
game is
synonymous
this?
with first-person military
Oh,
shooters, but
this
with
is that
certain games in which survival and resource management
shit.
encourage ascent.
Now this is that piece of shit game, Walking Dead game they made called The Walking Dead Destinies. It's basically like a choose your own adventure version of the first 3 seasons of the show, but it's complete ass.
I'm just picturing the Walking Dead Destinies, and it's just a bunch of Destinies running around during the apocalypse. It's like, we need to kill the zombies. Why do we need to kill the zombies? Hello, because they're not socialist enough. Hello, come on. He's like popping Adderall.
Bro, it'd be like, we need to, first of all, we have to check, are they Republican? Are they left? Are they right? I mean, that makes a big difference. We can work with someone. Like,
Yeah, we have to
Yeah.
kill all the Republican ones. We need, if they die, then they die. It's like, it doesn't matter. They're losers anyway. I mean,
Yeah.
he's wearing a red shirt. He's obviously a Donald Trump supporter.
by being near synonymous with first-person military shooters.
Oh yeah. This game is synonymous with a first-person shooter game. Meanwhile, it's a third-person game and you're wielding an axe. Yeah, totally.
Or with third-person action-adventure games
there
in
you
which
go.
survival
Oh, there we go. Never mind.
and
She just didn't want to show an
management
example of the other one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, great editing there, then, lady. Jacob says Destiny's wife is rated E for everyone.
I knew that his life was gonna go bad when that happened. By the way, I knew like his downfall is coming.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen. You don't go through that and don't suffer no mental shit, bro. It just no way.
You just put the "Hello, darkness, my old friend" over his face.
And it's weird how you go through that and go Republicans. It's like, bro, a trans dude took your wife.
Yeah.
How you should be mad at trans people, but nah, he's like, no, it was Republicans in a roundabout way or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
encourage a sense of mastery or prowess. But Telltale's The Walking Dead occupies a totally different genre, the episodic narrative point-and-click adventure. This genre, including games like Life is Strange or Tell Me Why, is more marginal to geek masculinity, associated with angry dykes who are bad at games.
What? What? Oh my... I'm pretty sure no it isn't. It's just like whoever's interested in that stuff.
There are some stupid, like, usually Dark Souls fans or something that would probably say something like that. They'll be like, this isn't a real game, it's too cinematic. And it's like, even though my personal opinion on all things like that is like, if the game is just upfront and honest about what it's going to be, then I don't really care if it's like super hardcore or more casual. Like, just don't missell it to me.
Yeah.
Like, and so, like, there's some, you know, retards who are going to get mad. They're going to be like, oh my gosh, it's, you know, all games have to be super hardcore Dark Souls shit.
This is her?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess this is her before she achieved her final form, yeah.
It's them, Dave. Can't you read their pronouns?
Just wow. Just wow.
Yeah. Jacob says she left him for knockoff Ezra Miller. Ooh, burn.
Speaking
and
of
Jacob
them.
also says, my eyes! Yeah.
SpongeBob meme. My eyes!
Point-and-click episodic narrative games place less emphasis on violence, power, and mastery, and more on narrative, character, and relationship building, with a heavy dose of moral quandary. You can't die unless the game tells you it's time to die.
Well, you can die in The Walking Dead if you suck and you get a game over like this. Like, this is like the first game over you can get in the series, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I never been into those games. The Telltale, whether it's Batman or this, it's just not for me.
Yeah.
Don't have to be particularly good at headshots or anything.
That's because
Yeah,
you
she
clearly...
says that there are over footage where you have to get a headshot to progress.
Well, and Dave, clearly they're not for you because you saw them and thought this is only for women, right? Because that's what this lady's arguing. She's like, it's associated with non-masculinity.
I wouldn't say. I would say it's just not enough action. Like, it's boring. Like,
Yeah,
I
just
get
leave
it.
it.
Like, not everybody enjoys the more cinematic kind of games or like the more like kind of choice-based, like she said. But I don't associate that with like a, I don't know. I don't associate with like a social cause like she's trying to do here. I'm like, look, and also like people play a variety of shit. Like, I'll play the very hardcore hack and slashy kind of game, and then maybe after I'm done with one of those, and I'm like, oh, I just want to relax for a few hours here. Let me play some like Telltale game because I'm like kind of burnt out right now on the like, you know, I'm a bit, you know, just like, whew, gotta take a breath, you know.
So okay, so this also goes into like her trying to talk about like, oh, black guys don't play social games. For me, I've always been into games that are like non-scripted endings. That's why I like RPGs, you know, shit like that. I guess, you know, war games are kind of different because we just, you know, everybody in America likes war games, right? Even black people. So, but when she talks about the whole thing where we play 2K and Madden and all that, that's not because it's social. That's because it's non-scripted endings. So like I don't know if she's trying to say these are not like for black people or for men or whatever, but I can speak from a black guy's perspective. We like non-scripted endings. We want to make the destiny, you know.
Well, a lot of those are just the most popular games overall too. Like Call of Duty, Battlefield, and the sports games are like the yearly, like, pretty reliable heavy hitters sales wise. Like,
But it's just masculine culture. Like, obviously I think it's part of, white guys too, but with black guys being, we're pretty hyper masculine. So it's like, yeah, we want to be the action, and you know what I'm saying? We're not trying to live in another person's footsteps. We're trying to, create our own path,
Yeah.
So-
It's like, I'm my own master now. Anyway.
Right? Especially coming from slavery and shit. Like, we're like, bro, we're the ones walking the path, bro. You
No,
had your time.
no, Dave. I wasn't speaking from slavery. I was referencing a song from Metal Gear Rising.
Well, but I am saying it, but that, like, we're not talking about it every day, but deep down, that is a part of it. Like, yeah, we don't want to be ruled,
hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, what else do we got? We got Dejanelle saying Lamau. Yeah, we also got her saying Saints Row was wild to play. Dave had that game, and I just played it when he let me. Lol. Yeah, Saints Row 2 was the shit.
Yeah, well, it was literally you had to spray shit all over things in the one mission. It was like you got the sewage truck and you had to spray the shit all over the houses.
Yeah, my sister, she never got the opportunity to be one of these left-wing Gen Z girls because I made her like play all these games and listen to like actual rap music, not just the dance music and shit. So it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
You infected her with your toxic masculinity. How could you?
Anyway.
Traditional zombie games place emphasis on. In other zombie games, your problems are solved by violently carving out a bloody path or masterfully sneaking around it, cleverly managing resources along the way. In Telltale's
What, is this your fucking footage right here? God, you sucked at this game then. Jesus H. Christ. Like, hang on, let's go back a little bit. Hang on. Hang on. So you're swinging your damn shotgun all over the place. How'd you miss that? Jesus H. Christ.
Look at that wrist.
Dejanelle says, "What? Yo, yeah, blame it on Dave."
That's when you wank too many times. You end up getting that crushed wrist.
Look at that wrist.
Oh yeah, what the fuck is that? Is that a visual glitch? Or some
yeah, it's
shit?
probably a glitch because of Telltale's engine was fucked up.
Yeah.
way. In Telltale's The Walking Dead, you'll occasionally defend yourself from
You
a
just
zombie.
see Lee like getting out
occasionally
his reading glasses. He's just like, "Hang on a second, there, zombie."
I mean, he's
He's
wondering,
like-
what's wrong with his wrist? Is it broke? Should he go to the doctor?
No. I think it was just a glitch. Yeah.
Telltale's engine was very glitchy. Even though their graphics are like, cell shaded and pretty simple looking, they still their games would always like have these random like pauses and stuff. Like you'd make a decision, the characters just stand there staring, and then they go, "Glam," and then it'll like snap out of it sometimes, or just like other glitches and shit.
Yeah, and they also, a lot of their games also kept using the same engine, and they never upgraded to something industry standard, so occasionally you get some shit like that, especially if you bought it on release, but after years and years, they've all been patched up, and they're pretty glitchless now, at least, so yeah. Anyway.
having the option to kill them for fun and games even, but your gameplay is generally...
Oh my god, you suck at this game. Holy shit.
I don't understand why you can't just like use a controller like fucking normal and shoot like normal. Like,
well, she is. See, look, use R2 on your controller to fire. It's
There's
like,
R2. That's how
Yeah.
I press it.
Anyway, Jacob says she had the auto gun. Yeah, probably.
Let me just play my game now with my teeth on the joystick and pressing the R2 with my middle finger. That's how she's playing, I feel like.
not defined by pioneering colonial masculine labor.
Colonial now.
What?
Instead,
Video
it's
games
defined
based on colonialism, I knew it.
by feminized
Well,
Jesus.
other than like Empire Total War, which is obviously about the anyways.
she's just running off as many fucking big words as she fucking knows, bro.
Oh, yeah.
None of this
She-
makes any sense.
She went through a thesaurus of like all the most left-wing phrases, and it's just like, yeah, so these games, they're all about the capitalist colonial...
At the very least, the imagery she's providing is essentially has no connection to what she's actually talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, this is that... His name was Ben, right?
Ben, yeah.
Oh, he's a fuck. Oh.
You don't like Ben?
Ben it just fails at every turn. I even saved Ben all the way through as much as I could the first time, and at the end he just like gives up. He's just like, just let me go and die. Oh.
Well, John, give him a break. He's a freaking like young kid and whatnot.
Not as young as Clem, and she deals with it.
Oh my god. Anyway.
Pathetic labor, managing group conflicts, taking care of children, making split-second decisions that never quite feel right. Most zombie apocalypse games tell us that
We
what's
mean
important
decisions that don't feel right. The fuck?
is resource management, fighting, all the stuff we've gone over, linked to
I
capitalist
think she basically means like there's no
business
clear
management,
good and
libertarian-
evil kind of decisions. Like they're somewhat morally complicated, maybe. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
She's saying that she's basically just in a roundabout way saying capitalism is bad and we should only have communism in games, but like literally that's the point of gaming companies, it's capitalism.
Literally,
So I
yeah.
don't even.
That's all your
I would
best.
love to
all
know.
your-
I bet she probably has like I don't know 100,000 subscribers. How are there this many people that agree with this shit?
I don't
let
think
me
it's that
check.
popular, actually. I think this video only had like 18K views or something.
18K, only 2.85K
That-
subs.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay.
There were a lot of comments that were negative towards her too. Whenever we were looking through them at the beginning, and I checked out some of them on this video, and I was like, "Oh, I'm surprised she's getting a lot of clapback." Like, to her credit, she's answering back and like, you know, countering them sometimes in lame
Even
ways.
for a person on the left, it's hard to believe someone like think like, oh, you know what? I got a bunch of video ideas about basically just saying that video games have a bunch of complicated racism concepts in them and shit like that. Like, I have a hard time. Like, how do you get up one day and go, these would be good video ideas? I have a hard time believing.
I think she saw like the success of some like super left wing people that make everything political and was like, ooh, I gotta get in on that gravy train. Let me try and make my version of that for The Walking Dead. Yeah, that'll work.
But she said if I take it times 4, it'll make me 4 times the money.
Yeah. We got Jacob saying, Az was right. These freaks are boring! And they want to take our fun away with their bullshit. Yeah, pretty much.
Zombie apocalypse games tell us that what's important is resource management, fighting, all the stuff we've gone over, linked to capitalist individualism, business management.
No, no, it's important in zombie apocalypse games because resources are running out and you need them to fucking survive.
She just said basically that like decision making and management are just like capitalist ideas. Like, does she realize what she's seeding there? Like, that means that you're saying that any of you and your communist friends are incapable of making tough decisions and can't manage anything. Which,
Yeah,
you know,
that-
I might kind of agree with, but you're not supposed to agree with that. You're supposed to be advocating for that.
Yeah, that or she's implying all her commie buddies are just winging it, which would also explain a lot. Oy, oy, oy.
Libertarianism. But as Oliver Perez-Latore puts it, The Walking Dead
Post-apocalyptic games, heroism and the Great Recession. What? Okay.
Are these
whatever.
like entire books? I hope they're just articles that these people are writing, because
Yeah, it better be.
people are writing whole ass books about this sort of super niche, like imaginary stuff. Then, like, holy cow.
confronts the player with moral dilemmas, suggesting that our moral principles and decisions matter even more in crises or post-apocalyptic scenarios. It's almost impossible, I think, to play Telltale's The Walking Dead and feel any sense of mastery. This means your performance of Lee's masculinity, regardless of your choices, already undermines geek masculinity and white supremacist depictions of black masculinity.
So,
No.
I gotta call bullshit on something. I don't believe anybody that thinks this deep would be using, like, if let's just assume she was right. They're not, but like, I don't believe anybody that thinks this deep would be like spending their intelligence on stupid shit like this. Like, I feel, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't believe it. And we've seen, like, you know, the whole midwit thing. Like, I refuse to believe somebody thinking, first of all, they're wrong on all this shit, but thinking this deep, like, in like, this is like fake, you know, people trying to sound smart. But it's just like, there's no way you can be this smart in making such stupid points. You can say as many big words as you want, but come on now.
She's a person who like probably has some degree in something she can't use for a real job. So she goes
Yeah.
on the internet and makes super long videos and super long comments probably as well.
This is like
trying to prove how smart she is. Yeah.
it's like Marvel basically adding quantum to the fucking time travel shit. They quantum this and it makes sense.
Yeah. Also, she's just said that like, oh, decision making matters more in the post. I'm like, yeah, of course. Like, if you're in a post apocalypse, like that's literally true for anything. That's just basic logic. Yeah, whenever resources are scarce and there's no like systems in place anymore, you're more likely to die if you make a bad decision. Sure.
Hell, there's literally a part in episode 2 of season 1 where you run low on limited resources and you have to decide who gets which food items.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that, John?
Yeah, I gave mine to Duck because he was a kid and because I knew it would get Kenny on my side.
I'm just a kid and life is a nightmare. Anyway.
But a lot of people do have difficulty playing this game, and it isn't because it's hardcore in a technical sense, but because practicing empathy and making tough choices in tough situations is, well, it's hard.
And that's a bad thing?
The only people who would be that, who are like, oh, it's too much pressure, I can't make a decision, are like the people who are just like probably more in this chick's camp where they're like, you know, oh, I'm having an anxiety attack, and they like just throw the controller away. It's like, bitch, it ain't that serious. It's just a game. You can barely ever lose at it. You can make bad. And spoiler alert for Telltale games, even if you make the exact opposite decision, the story will probably basically play out the same way.
Yeah. I would love to know what the ideal version of this game or gaming looks like for this person, because they're bringing up a lot of extra shit in like stuff that's just not. I'm like, I would love to know what the ideal game looks like from these people.
It would look very, 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 very boring to the average video game player.
It would be like, do you want to fight these guys or not? And it's like, hey, you're right either way. It's fine.
And then I was going to say about 5-10 more minutes and I'm going to hop out, so you know.
All right, Dave. Thanks for joining us. Jacob says she needs her anxiety pen. Yeah.
Video game
trope. Her anxiety pen.
For The Walking Dead is the dadification of video games. In this trope, there's a father figure, usually a white dude player character, and a daughter figure that you must protect. She's also usually white.
Hold on. Thought, pause to read. Note the staging in the scene introducing Ellie. She turns towards Marlene and away from Joel. She's ideologically and morally aligned with the Fireflies. Joel begins to be staged in protective stances, which put him in front of her and limit her agency. This foreshadows how their relationship will play out and why Ellie regresses as a character by aligning with Joel. What?
She does not regress as a character. She learns how to survive. She learns several things from Joel.
You can't have it both ways. You can't, on one hand, want male allies and fathers to be protecting of women because women deserve protection and they're queens. And on the other hand, say it's limiting their agency when we then do what they want. That doesn't make any sense. Now, obviously, this is a guy saying this. I don't think a woman would make this point because women would just be like, yeah, we want you to serve us. You know, they want both sides, both awards. So clearly, but I'm just saying, like, which one is it, bro? Do you want male allies or not? Was he supposed to do punch her in the face so she has a challenge and becomes tougher? Like, I don't understand this.
Well, she wants it to be like the badly written modern movies where like Joel will be wrong about everything and Ellie just saves him in every scene, and she's like, Joel, here's how you load a gun, you stupid man.
Well, hey, Deja, well, I don't know if she's still watching now, but Deja, my sister, if you're in the chat still, answer, would you rather me continue to be a cool brother or make life hard on you and we have to fight so you have some challenges and not limit your agency?
Yeah, Deja. Anyway.
But traditionally in these games, your dadness is rooted in, as Christina Bell, Nicholas Taylor, and Christopher Camp put it, violent...
of headshots and hugs, challenging hypermasculinity through the Walking Dead play.
You needed 3 people to write this? Stick to one author. How are there 3 of you that need to write this stupid shit?
Oh my god. One... Let's see. Deja says, hey, catch me outside! How about that? Yeah. Anyway.
and hegemonically masculine fatherhood. By contrast, they write, Telltale's The Walking Dead rewards a fatherhood rooted in non-violence, nurture, and self-sacrifice, gendered characteristics that are commonly categorized as feminine.
Whoa, wait. Self-sacrifice certainly isn't.
No.
Nurture, it depends. There's like a way that a mother nurtures and a way that a father nurtures. So that's not associated with just feminine.
I would argue that it's not even a solidified concept. I mean, Joan of Arc, that was like in what, the 1300s or 1400s or some shit. Harriet Tubman, like there's been plenty of women heroes. There's also been plenty of women not be heroes, and I don't even understand. This is crazy.
Yeah, and non-violence doesn't apply to The Walking Dead because how you defend Clementine or yourself or whoever is with violence in these games.
Mm-hmm.
Now, last thing I'll say, I do want to say this before I hop out. It's kind of weird.
Hang on, Dave. Before you hop out, Dave just says, "Lol, nah, we got a good system going right now. Keep being you, bro. Love ya." Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
But,
Dave, what were you gonna say?
So this whole thing about agency. So how Ellie, she was like 15, 14 or something, right, in this game, right? How old was she supposed to be? Do you know?
Something
I
like that,
believe is
yeah.
14 in the first game, yeah.
So how much agency is a 14-year-old girl supposed to have in a post-apocalyptic? I'm pretty sure most 14-year-old boys and girls would not survive without their dads. Probably not without both their parents, to be honest.
Yep, and it's, he trusts her slowly with more responsibility as the game goes on, but that's character development, not regression, as this chick said.
So acting as if like 14-year-olds don't need their dads and they need to show agency. This person sounds like they grew up without a dad.
Probably,
yeah.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
I just
Alright,
laugh,
well-
like, half the shit that she just named is like, this is feminine. It's like, no, like, I literally hear people complain that that's not enough in male characters these days.
But yeah, I'm gonna try to make some clips out of this, so I'll try to tag you on social media and whatnot, bro.
All right, thanks, Dave.
But peace out. Nice seeing you, John.
Yeah, see, man.
Even John finally got to talk to him.
Even John,
Oh, we got
yeah.
another e-fapper.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, peace. And then there were two. Moving on.
Importantly, Lee isn't a savior or protector, as the idea of saving
He literally is Clementine's protector for the first season. Okay.
He saves her in the beginning of the game, and then he protects her for the remaining of the first season.
And now, John, he doesn't really save her when he first meets her. Like Clementine saves him by giving him the hammer to kill the babysitter walker.
She's hiding up in the treehouse, so she ain't doing anything.
Well, I mean, yeah, but he didn't save her
From
like
starving to death up in the treehouse, I mean.
but not like I'm saying like she wasn't being attacked by a walker, basically. So, I think when Lee actually does save her, like the first time, is when they're in the pharmacy in episode 1. She goes to like take a piss. And there's a walker in the bathroom, and basically then, right? So yeah.
And then I know in the cannibal episode, him and Kenny kind of combined to
Episode 2, yeah.
save everybody, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a number of occurrences, obviously, at the end of the game.
Yeah. Anyway.
Protecting others often entails stripping agency from the saved or protected.
I'm pretty
No.
sure it doesn't.
Like, that's only if you're like a crazy person who's like super transactional, like, I saved you, now you are my slave. Like, who does that in games, like, traditionally?
Yeah.
For example, in colonial dynamics,
Oh
the
my
white
god.
savior-
White man saves brown savage. White man is superior to brown savage and knows what's best for them. What?
You know, is she gonna, like, she could use clips from Assassin's Creed 4 whenever you, like, I'm pretty sure you, like, help out Adewale and then it becomes your first mate. But, and she would, like, categorize, like, oh, see, the white man saved the brown man and now he's his slave. And it's just like, no, they're just buds now. And Adewale, like, chose to be his first mate because not because he felt like he owed him, he just felt like he was probably a good guy. Like, he was free to leave if he wanted to, and it's like she just sees everything in the worst possible lens if it's a white guy's doing. She's like, why are you saving him? Is it just so you can enslave him?
of the uncivilized savage, and gendered dynamics. The strong
Man saves woman. Man is superior to woman and knows what's best for her.
So you hate she probably hates every movie with any sort of damsel in distress. She's like, no.
No, yeah. How dare those planes save Anne from King Kong?
We need more mansels in distress.
male protector of the meek damsel in distress. In Telltale's
I
The
called
Walking
it.
Dead, Lee escapes a prison-bound cop car and crashes near...
In her video for a second there, just because you had the subtitles turned on, it looked like there were 3 choices like from the game, and then the X choice was overridden by the subtitles. And so it just looked like a super complicated, like, look, it looks like one of the choices is like this paragraph long thing.
Yeah.
It's like Lee says, in the road, fucking drive, oh shit. Or in the Telltale's The Walking Dead, Lee escapes from prison, but cop car crashes near a house.
Lee's narrating the fucking game. Yeah.
They should make like a choice-based game like that where there's always one option that's like super long.
Yeah. Oh, anyway.
Lee escapes a prison-bound cop car and crashes near a house where the only survivor is an 8-year-old girl hiding in a treehouse waiting for her parents, who will never come. Lee
That's a
was
pretty sweet zombie protection method, though. Pretty sweet treehouse, gotta say.
Yeah.
no relationships left to see.
The zombies' ultimate weakness. Ladders. Yeah. Hey, it's Jorge! Man knows best, always! Hell yeah, Jorge.
Wait,
Jacob says...
She contradicted herself, because she said masculine protector is... being protective or nurturing is a feminine trait, and then she's like, oh, but there's also this bad trope where there's the masculine protector. And it's like, wait, I thought you just said that was a feminine thing, and now you're saying it's like a man stereotype?
And we got Jacob saying, press X for this bullshit, yeah.
Salvage and little to keep him going, becomes Clementine's father figure. Very quickly, Clem and Lee meet other families to compare themselves to. White, mustachioed Florida fisherman Kenny is obsessed with the protection of his family, and this single-minded fixation.
Yeah, pretty
those
much.
Guys exist down there. I hate to tell. I mean, they exist everywhere, but they exist more prevalently down there.
Yeah.
And operates as his personal justification to be violent, manipulative, or negligent to others.
No, he doesn't.
He's a little hot-headed, I would say.
Yeah.
And yeah, he married his wife, so clearly she sees some good traits in him. He's not just she just wants everything to be so black and white. It's just like, man qualities all bad. Kenny all bad. Lee all good.
Yeah, literally all black and white. All black, good, white, bad, yeah. Jacob says, where's Reagan when you need him? I don't know, Jacob.
He can change that in a hurry.
Yeah. And his wife disagrees with them. It's like she's not really disagreeing with Kenny during this scene here, so I don't know what the hell she's on about.
What kind of stupid argument is that either? It's like, oh, if you and your wife ever disagree, it means you're an evil, toxic man. It's like, well, what if she's wrong about something? Or, maybe we disagree and then she convinces me I'm wrong, or I convince her she's like, this is how discussions and adults work, lady. It's not just, oh, his wife disagrees with him. See, evil.
Yeah, we got Lore Master Chris. Hey, no way. A man cares about his family? Who could have guessed? Yeah. Lore Master Chris, I dropped the link in the chat if you want to join.
But Chris, that's a bad thing. That's a toxic masculine trait. Yeah. How dare you?
Dejanelle says Kenny was one of the real ones. A little extreme, but pretty solid. That he was, Dejanelle. That he was.
Yeah, I'd say he's a little extreme and a little stupid sometimes, but he's not like a bad dude.
Jacob says she wanted to see in the game where his wife cheats on him with a non-white. Yeah, pretty much.
She's like, Kenny's wife is like, Lee, I need you to come to the back of me. And he's like, anything for Clem.
Lore Master Chris saying, ironic, so this game is meant to show the shades of gray in life. Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, he's not even that nice or attentive to the wife or child he claims to protect. But that...
he really... Dude, that's
much all he ever
literally his whole
talks about.
fucking point.
Yeah, even whenever you're feeding them the food that you mentioned earlier, he's like, "Has Duck had any yet? Okay, I'd rather you give it to him." Like he literally sacrifices even eating anything before his son.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure his wife does the same, but since she's specifically going after Kenny here, I'm going to disagree with her on the Kenny status.
I don't remember that specifically, but I'm willing to bet you're right, John, yeah.
That's by the by, I guess. Kenny's wants
He ignores her but keeps weaponizing her as an excuse for his behavior. No, he doesn't.
This lady just really hates Kenny. She probably made
Oh
all the
my-
decisions to piss him off, and then she's like, "Why is he so mad all the time?"
Oh, now she's pissing me off because Kenny's one of my favorite characters in this series.
the needs are supreme, and once he sets his mind on something, he never listens to anyone, even violently and aggressively responding to
Okay, you want to know why Kenny's being all violent during this scene? Because Kenny just does not want to face reality that his son is dying. That's why. He's basically got like he just wants to keep his head in the sand, and he just doesn't want to believe like in reality. Basically, he's not beating the shit out of Lee like for shits and giggles or whatever.
Ooh, Backseater, you missed the subtext of the scene clearly. He's beating up Lee because Lee is black. And he's using his son as an excuse because he just wanted to beat up a black man this whole time, don't you know?
Also, hail Lore Master Chris, or should I say, Lore Monster Chris.
Oh, I was gonna say Gore Master Chris.
That'd be
Gore Monster Chris. That actually works both ways.
yeah. Hang on, actually, let me do some another here real quick. Hang on. There we go. Compromise. There we go. Anyway. Anyways, Lore Master Chris, what do you think of this so far?
I just stepped in, and I'm glad that, like, after about an hour, she finally decided to actually talk about the game. That's
Yeah.
this video.
Yeah,
Would you say
about
it's peak fire 10 out of 10 so far.
fire, bro.
her attempts to reason with him or think
That was
about
a funny
other
little
people.
pause face. Lee's eyes are fucking wide as a dish.
Ugh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Fucking Joseph Joestar. Yeah.
This game
About
does
other
have
people.
some funny facial animations sometimes.
Yeah, the little
Yeah.
graphical tidbits in Intel, like right there, Kenny's arm just looks super long, like it's extendoing out of his white part of his sleeve.
He's using Jonathan's Zoom punch. Yeah.
People, like, at all. After losing
It's like a boxing game when she slows it down like that. He's like, "Whoa!"
Whoa. Yeah. Anyways, let's go back a little bit and focus on what she says.
mind on something, he never listens to anyone, even violently and aggressively responding to their attempts to reason with him or think about other people, like, at all. After losing his wife and child tragically in episode 3, he still uses them, specifically his trauma over their loss, as his personal justification.
No, it doesn't. No, he doesn't. The reason Kenny's attacking Ben right here is because fucking Ben indirectly got them killed. That's why. It's not like he's saying like, "Hey, I'm like let's like." No, he's not. Oh my god, you fucking idiot, man.
What did Ben end up doing? I'm trying to remember how he caused it.
He basically, hang on.
He gave the Raiders supplies.
Yeah, he was giving the Raiders supplies in an attempt to appease them, to basically try to get them, stop them from harassing the motel group. But that didn't work out, and they end up having to leave.
Oh, I forgot
Yeah.
Ben was even around that early. Damn.
Yeah, he showed up in episode 2. Yeah.
Yeah,
Fanatic,
because-
I dropped the StreamYard link in the chat, and the Discord link's in my About tab. Anyway,
And to be violent, manipulative, or negligent to others.
sighs and resignation that the fucking Kenny Protection Squad is coming for me. Oh yes, we are.
We're here. Oh,
That's
we're
right,
here.
baby. We're here. Woo!
I agree that Kenny can be hot-headed sometimes, but manipulative, I don't know.
How is he manipulative?
Yeah, I think his feelings are honest. I don't think he's trying to manipulate people.
Yeah, Kenny feels like a very like simple character in the sense that like he just cares about his family, and when he loses his family, he kind of like doesn't have much left to fight for other than just protecting what's left of the group. And his idea of protecting them is to get on the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, is she gonna show like how depressed he was and how they had to like, drag him along after his fucking wife and kid died, and how Lee was like talking him into even doing basic shit. Like, he obviously was affected. It wasn't just like, oh damn it, my protection is my emotional manipulation won't be as effective now that my wife is dead.
Yeah, the reason why like Kenny gets into that fight with Lee that we just saw is because depending on your choices, he's in denial. He doesn't want to accept the fact that his son cannot be saved. And when Lee tries to talk him out of his denial, what can happen is you can either talk him out of it and he will stop the train, or you can fight him.
Yeah.
He's just sick. He's gonna get better. Why is everybody freaking out?
Yeah.
You're in denial, and you've given up on Duck on everyone.
Yeah. We got Giga Gamer here saying, wow, you got a pretty big group together to fight the walkers.
Backseater's gonna fight them with his hands, so we'll see how that goes. We'll let
Hell
him go
yeah,
first.
Anyway.
The other father-daughter duo, other than Lee and Clementine, is the racist ex-military powerhouse Larry.
Okay, Larry isn't a racist. What the hell are you talking
Also,
about?
the way that she put that subtitle, because both Lee and Larry were turned away from the camera, it made it look like it was the dude in the middle that she was calling racist Larry for a second.
Yeah, Mark, yeah.
Mark's like, I'm not racist, and my name's not Larry. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Isn't
Anyway.
Mark the one that ends up getting eaten by the cannibals?
Yeah, they chop his legs off,
I
yeah.
remember because he was like a pretty cool guy, so I'm like, oh, he's gotta die.
Yeah, the cool ones always die first.
You're not like emotionally interesting enough for us to keep alive too long, so we gotta use you for the plot, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I can kind of understand why some people would think that Larry is a racist, but the thing is, like, it comes across more like he just doesn't trust Lee, given the fact that Lee's an ex-felon. If
He knows
really
about Lee's past, yeah.
Yeah.
and like also it bears pointing out that Clementine is technically like mixed race, and yet Larry like specifically says, "You don't hurt that little girl, or you better watch your ass."
Mm-hmm.
He has some sort of vested interest in making sure Clementine, nothing happens to her, and he thinks that Lee will do something bad because he's an ex-felon.
Yeah, he's sort of suspicious also because he knows that Lee's like not her parent, and so I think he was always like kind of suspicious like how Lee came to be like her protector. He's not sure if he believes their backstory and stuff.
Yeah. Plus, yeah, like, yeah. Now, I'll save it for later because, like, I have a feeling she's gonna touch on Clementine's race and how ambiguous it is. But I'll save that for later.
Powerhouse
No,
Larry.
Now,
Yeah.
of course, I'm not defending Larry. He's still a piece of shit, but
Yeah.
that's like you can kind of understand where he's coming from.
Even
Yeah.
Lily doesn't like Larry really as far as his personality goes. Like she calls him out whenever he's an asshole a lot of times.
Yeah. We got Jacob saying she thinks there's a scene where Larry called Lee the N-word. I mean, Larry never says the N-word. I don't even think even gets uttered a single time in the series.
No, Backseater. He's talking about Lee's temper. He says, "I'm gonna call you the N-word, nuclear. You are very nuclear, Larry." Lee.
Yeah. Anyway.
As Trump said, "There's two N-words and you can't say either of them."
Yeah.
I'm not racist, but I let my racist dad do whatever he wants, daughter.
Lily doesn't just let Larry do whatever she wants. There are like times where he's like, "Dad, calm the fuck down," basically.
Yeah, a lot of it depends on your dialogue choices too. Like if
Yeah.
you're kind of backing her up, and then Larry is still mad at you, I think a lot of times she'll kind of like turn to him and be like, "Dad, you're not helping," or something.
Yeah.
Lily, also ex-military in her father's footsteps, certainly enough to know her way around a gun and around military ideology. Lee never having
What does military ideology have to do with this?
Because that's the toxic masculinity, and that's all the bad stuff.
Ugh.
Which, by this person's logic, that should make Lily actually a very empowering character because she's female ex-military.
No, because she's being manipulated by her racist dad. Grr.
Yeah, and she lets her dad be racist, so that's
She's a
bad.
puppet for the
So
evil
Lily's
white
been
man.
robbed of her agency.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She
We got
should
Jacob
shoot her
saying
dad.
press X, yeah. Press it X on this whole fucking video, yeah.
Whoa, Backseat just did Wakanda forever.
Oh no, this is what they do on Family Feud all the time when they hope the opposite family gets wrong.
Also, when a
Anyway.
wrestler gets injured, I know that they do that to
Yeah.
cancel the match or whatnot.
Yeah.
Parent himself, with his own family gone and little to model himself after, does his best as he goes.
Little to model himself after. Lee still had like a normal family life, like from what we know of at least. So what do you mean he had little to model himself after?
This drugstore that they're in was owned by Lee's parents.
Yeah. Now, hell, Lee even speaks fondly of his dad, like, when you get the cane and whatnot. He's like, yeah, my dad used to kick shoplifters' asses with this thing, yeah.
Can't do
When
that
Michael
anymore.
Myers came in, he beat him.
Yeah.
Along. It isn't until Lee meets the drifter Chug that he shifts his parenting strategy from one of mere protection to one of empowerment. Chuck tells Lee that he needs to prepare Clementine for his possible death by teaching her to protect herself as well as she can with a
Well, not necessarily for his upcoming death or whatever, because Lee doesn't know he's gonna die here. It's really more so like in case he does, and she needs to rely on herself and doesn't have others. But
Yeah, and she even resists that. She like is a little bit regretful of like the hair cutting and like even learning to fire a gun. Like she doesn't like it. But he basically says like, "Hey, remember when such and such grabbed your hair? Like, you know, remember that?" He's like very like nice and supportive about it. He still recognizes he's talking to a little girl.
yeah.
It's
still.
actually kind of cute when like Lee cuts her hair and she's like,
I look like a boy.
just
Yeah.
one of those nice like kid things that you kind of take for granted when you get older.
Yeah.
And a short practical haircut. Lee learns just in time that being a healthy parent is not about
This
paternalistically
lady probably
protecting
thinks
Clement.
every woman should have a butch haircut, just even though they're not in a zombie apocalypse. She's just like, it's empowering, always cut it.
Yeah, and
Parent is not about paternalistically protecting Clementine in a way that strips her of agency, but about teaching her to think and act for herself. And Clementine will learn the same lesson later.
That's just called
the game.
growing up. That's
yeah.
just that point when like you're raising a child and eventually you gotta teach them some independence because eventually they're gonna have to become self-reliant. That's just
Yeah, and
how
Lee
all
is also
parents-
he's learning how to parent, period, because he was thrust into it. He's only known her for however long. So,
Like about like at that point, like in this is like over like 2 or 3 months, yeah.
yeah, so it's like, yeah, he's kind of thrust into this situation where he's got to take care of a kid that's not his. Like, he hasn't had a chance to raise her from birth or anything. He's just kind of like, I'm figuring it out as I go. So yeah, he gets some helpful advice and changes his style a little bit. He's probably would change it a few more times if they had more time together, because he's got a lot to learn in a short amount of time.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
keep in mind the reason why he's specifically doing this is because they've just gone through a big traumatic event where half their group is now dead.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Yeah, this is from episode 4. That's over there. That episode 4, it takes place on day 101 of the apocalypse. Yeah, so that's like over 3 months. Anyway.
And a big
Towards-
focus of this episode in particular is Clementine showing like signs of her own independence, and depending on your choices, Lee can either be proud of her or he can scold her for being reckless. Like, no, you shouldn't have done that without consulting me first.
Press X to beat the child.
yeah.
I'm doing this for your own good, Clem.
you for trusting Clem and for listening to and being honest with her, which she responds to more positively than when she feels ignored, sidelined, or lied to.
Hang on. If you and the group choose to ignore Clem here, she's silent and her face is obscured from view, an ominous and powerful way of communicating that if she doesn't feel heard, she'll shut down, and the consequences of this on her physique remain to be seen.
Psyche.
What?
Yeah, whatever.
I've
That's
talked
just
about a
her
lack of
being
mass.
upset that you disagreed with her on a specific choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
history in the traditional sense, and Telltale's The Walking Dead often leaves you feeling that you failed in some way. This is often attributed to the fact that in dire circumstances there is no right decision, and of course there's no rule book on how to be some perfect model parent. Both of these things are true enough, but a gaming experience characterized by a lack of control is not only significant for subverting hyper and geek masculinity, which is all about control and power, but for drawing attention.
Do you think that every other game just has like the god complex? Like you can just control everything? Like there's always shit that you can't control in games. Like that's kind of how games work. That's kind of how the gameplay works. Is it gives you shit that you can't control and you got to overcome it.
Yeah.
First of all, she mentioned about like something about how like there's no right choice. That's sort of like what the appeal of this game was, in the sense that like there's no right or wrong choice. You sort of just gotta make the choice and live with the consequences and not really know if you made the right choice, because that's just how it would be in real life. If you go through a zombie apocalypse, what is the right choice? The pragmatic one or the idealistic one?
Yeah,
And also, like, masculinity is not about control. If anything, it's about like guardianship, which is what Lee's doing throughout this whole game.
Well, that's why I think earlier she like defined all the bad things as masculine traits, and then she's like, see all these other good things like self-sacrifice, which is obviously part of masculine shit. It's just like, oh, that's all feminine traits. I'm just like, so you just think everything bad is masculine? I think.
Oh god, it reminds me of this one video. You guys know who John McIntosh is?
Mm-hmm. Never go full Macintosh, yeah.
Yeah, he was like a writer at Feminist Frequency, and years ago he made a video about The Last Jedi called like How The Last Jedi Defies Expectations, and it's a video all about how The Last Jedi is a movie that's about toppling masculinity. By pointing out how Poe learns to obey the wills of the perfect Vice Admiral Holdo because she's always right. Finn learns that self-sacrifice is stupid by the good old Rose Tico, and Luke Skywalker learns to get off his lazy ass and do something about it thanks to good old Rey. Basically, it's a video about how the men should just shut up and listen to the women.
Yeah.
Well, he is pointing out some of the worst writing in that movie. I agree. Except he's framing it all as good for some reason.
And to make it even better, he tried to like point to like movies that do similar tropes. Like when Finn's about to sacrifice himself by blowing up that cannon, it shows the scene from Independence Day. Hello, boys.
I'm back. Yeah.
It says like, oh, this is dumb, but what happens to Finn is actually really intelligent.
Oh yeah, because if there was a Rose Tico in that scene, then the world would have ended.
Yeah.
So clearly, would have been better. It the president interrupts Randy Quaid and crashes his jet into them, and obviously kills them both, because that's how it's gonna go when you crash your flying objects into each other. But then he's like, and then everybody goes, "Wow, what a hero the president was!" As everybody gets fucking vaporized by the laser.
Yep. Anyway.
To the specific experiences of black men. At certain vital points in the narrative of Telltale's The Walking Dead, you in fact have no control over what Lee says or does, mostly during non-interactive cutscenes, but sometimes during play. You may attempt to make him say something, and Lee may say something else entirely, or nothing at all.
Well, that's just bad game design, actually. People always complain about that in all the Telltale games. They're like, sometimes the choice options will say one thing, then you pick that, and it like comes off completely differently from how they phrased it. You'll be like, you pick the choice of like, hey, back up, like whenever somebody's crowding you, and he's just like, and then whenever you actually pick that, the guy's like, I'll fucking kill you, and he like gets all up in the other guy's face. It's like, whoa, that's not what I meant to say.
Yeah, there was a moment like that for me with A New Frontier. I forget exactly what it was, but I remember feeling that as soon as I picked that the first time I played that game. Yeah. Anyway,
I got into a fight once.
One scene where he's looking for Clementine, if you take a leisurely stroll and stop to look at objects, Lee says,
I don't care about that. I just want to find Clementine.
Here we might read Lee, the black male avatar, resisting you, the player, attempting to control or even colonize him, the player.
Colonize?
What the fuck? That's just
by that definition, like any time that I'm controlling Lee, I'm colonizing. I'm sorry that he's the person that we're controlling. You just said there was a lack of male protagonists in video games. Guess what happens in video games? You control people, like anybody who's your player. Like, what do you want?
Yeah, and here's the thing: Lee is not like a blank slate character that you control. Like for example, the main character in Skyrim, who is just whatever you decide for him to be. Lee is like his own character, but you can like choose the way he approaches certain scenarios. And what she just showed, that's him going like, I need to find Clementine. I don't know if she's in danger or not. But because the game includes that little option to like look at things, that's him going like, I shouldn't be doing this because the narrative urgency or whatever.
Right.
He should have said, so that, you know, the lesson could be more clear. He'd be like, silence, colonizer. I'm going to do what I want to do. Like,
Yeah.
That should have been his dialogue in the game.
Yeah, oh my god, Christ.
And Lee, the zombie. This reading becomes particularly powerful when we consider Trey Andrea Russworm's argument that in The Walking Dead, Lee's relationship with Clementine is the emotional core of the game, which maintains empathy for Lee throughout. He is programmed and designed to be an empathetic black father figure,
He's
because
just a
regardless
father figure. Why do you have to put this race in front of everything?
I know,
It's like, oh, he's a black history teacher. He's a black father figure. He's a black zombie survivor. It's like, why do you keep saying black?
I can't wait for this person's video on The Last of Us where she refers to Joel as the white father figure.
Yeah.
Because you know, because Lee is in fact black, she has to point out that he's black.
Right.
She's worse than Ryan Kinnell.
It's the bigotry.
Black, yeah.
of how the player exercises their limited control of him, he remains, overall, empathetic and caring towards Clementine. In harsher or more emotionally closed interactions, you still see a black man in a fatherly role, wanting, trying, and struggling to care for her, and this still invokes empathy for Lee.
No, I didn't see him as a black guy trying to be a father figure. I just saw him as a guy trying to be a father figure. Like, I know, like, people will be like, oh, you're saying, like, obviously, like, I know he's black, but it's like, I wasn't thinking that with every decision, like, oh, gee, this black guy has to make this decision now. I can't believe that this black guy has to be this kid's father now. I was just, invested in the story. Whenever you're immersed in a story, you're not thinking about that sort of shit, unless it's part of the story, but it wasn't here.
Yeah, when I was playing this game, all I saw with Lee was a guy who, like, his life had fallen apart for him before the apocalypse, and he feels that the only way to redeem himself in his own eyes is to take care of Clementine because he failed to, like, preserve his relationship with his wife. Now he wants to, like, preserve a relationship with this girl he just found, like, all innocent, trying to take care of herself, and she needed help. Like, I never once thought he was black, but thought about the fact that he was black. It just didn't matter to me.
It's like, you know, if I'm the protagonist in a game, it's if this lady were observing that game, she'd be like, wow, this brown-eyed person, I can't believe that they're making a brown-eyed person do this and this brown-eyed person do that. Like, people who are playing the game, they'd be like, yeah, I guess he had brown eyes, but I don't think that was really informing every single decision. Like, you're making it like, this is what happens when you take some immutable characteristic and you just assign everything as like some sort of symbolism towards that. It's just like,
right.
Some things people just don't give a shit about, or like aren't actually changing the story. Doesn't matter.
Well, you see, John, the fact that Lando Calrissian, a black man, betrayed Han Solo and Leia to the Empire to preserve himself is a sign of George Lucas's internalized racism towards black people, that they are selfish and only look out for their own interests.
What's the meme where it's like, what did Lucas mean by this?
Yeah.
It's just like showing a big arrow at Lando and it's like liar and deceitful or something, and it's just like,
yeah,
as the guy on the thumbnail.
Yeah, anyway, fucking retarded, man.
Resist.
Also, not resisting, sorry, demonstrating.
As Russworm puts it, a powerful critical retraction of the dominant negative imagery around black
Retards that wrote
father.
these stupid books are you gonna reference? Like, I think
all of them, John. All the stupid retards.
It's like nobody read these books? Nobody.
I'll tell you what these books are. These are the kind that you had to buy in college, and I was a victim of this shit because, you know, you get the professor who's friends with the author, and then they're like, you all have to buy this book for the course. And then you're like, oh, well, can I get a used copy? No, because you have to get the latest edition where all they did was shuffle the chapters around, and you have to spend $100 for it. And this is how I keep my friends' sales up, by making my 500 students buy this book.
That's how they do it.
Oh, it's 100% a scam. Fucking college book, because then they're all in the little, you know, student store, and they're all exorbitantly expensive, and you just gotta like fucking fork over hundreds of dollars for these every semester.
Yeah.
Well, fortunately for me, I'm A, out of college, and B, I live right next door to a used bookstore, so I can get all the good books for a relatively low price.
Nice. And thankfully for me, I never went to college. But anyway.
As irresponsible, incompetent, and absentee. The idea of illusory agency and false choice in video games like this has often been criticized. Other than the obvious fact that to understand how game development works is to understand that games are necessarily limited, this criticism is usually because...
No, the criticism,
No.
because this is a criticism that I keep saying, where I made jokes about it, even in this video we're doing, where it's like, oh, you know, whatever choices you make, you get the same end result. It's like, I think that it's a totally legit criticism. It's not a statement on your lack of ability because you're a black dude or whatever. It's your lack of agency. It is lazy game choice, because games like Heavy Rain, yeah, they follow the same general story, but a lot more shit changes. Until Dawn significantly changes, like, and Telltale has a lot cheaper like graphics and stuff. Like, they could easily make a couple more scenes in the games to at least have them play out a little bit differently based on your choices, and I believe that they do that later in the series and later in their other series to some extent.
Yeah.
So,
I've
it
always,
really was just limited budget and a little bit of laziness, I think.
Yeah, I've always criticized Telltale games for the fact that a lot of their choices do ultimately result in the same outcome regardless, and there's not enough branching. That's why on the occasional moment when you do see an actual branch, I'm always so impressed, because did you guys ever play the Telltale Batman game?
Yeah, both seasons.
Well, it was really cool how, depending on your choices, you get 2 completely different episodes for the season 2 finale, depending on if you get like Vigilante Joker or Villain Joker.
Well, we were speaking about Telltale's glitches earlier, guys, and this is one of my most frustrating ones. I played Batman Season 1, loaded my save up for Season 2, and it was all completely different choices. The fucking save had gotten like corrupted somehow. Because I'm seeing, you know how they do the recap at the beginning of the second game? I'm starting to play it and I'm like, what? I don't remember that scene.
I didn't do that. Yeah.
It was like all like the polar opposite of all the shit that I had done. So then I'm like getting caught up on the story, because it actually did have some significant differences. I'm like, wait, so Catwoman doesn't like me as wait, what?
Which, come on, you all know what you did when Catwoman offered to let you spend the night with her. We all know what we did. Same thing with did you choose Doug or Dan or Carly? We all picked Carly, obviously.
Yeah. And also, John, like, to sort of go off your point, that's like, no, that's not what we mean when we complain about the lack of choice. It's like, so one of the biggest criticisms of Failguard is that no matter what, and this is not so much in choices, in terms of like choices and branching options, more so just like the dialogue, is that the dialogue wheel obviously returned, and they brought back all the different tones that you could speak in, because basically there's like 3 different tones you can speak in Dragon Age. There's helpful and democratic, there's humorous and like charming, and then there's like direct and aggressive, right? No matter what you choose in terms of dialogue tones in Failguard, the characters, the main character always sounds the exact same. They'll always sound like a nice guy, no matter what, basically. And in fact, Andromeda had a similar criticism.
I was just about to mention Andromeda. They did away with the whole Paragon and Renegade thing and changed it to like what you said, like nice or casual or whatever.
Like it was like emotional, logical, casual, and professional. Yeah.
Oh my god.
but with Dragon Age, they kept the moods they had from the previous games around, but they're hardly different at all. So instead of being like nice, funny, and mean, it basically boils down to nice, funny, and not as mean, but just more to the point.
Yeah.
So like, why do you? Yeah, it had people asking like, why'd you even include the dialogue wheel in the game if you weren't gonna do anything different with it?
Yeah, what's the point of giving players choice if they don't have the choice to tell Vosh or whatever her name is, hey, I don't want you. I don't want you in my party. Get out of here.
Yeah,
Well, nobody would want Vosh in their party because he has horse porn. But
He and Hassan Piper would get along well.
Oh god, what the fuck was my point? I was just thinking of. God damn it.
Oh no.
Rain.
It'll come back to me.
Oh, one last thing. Another game that I noticed had a surprising lack of choice was Skyrim. Because if you look at the main story, the only two real choices the main story offers you are whether or not to side with the Stormcloaks for the Imperials, and the decision are whether or not to kill Parthenax. Other than that, it goes pretty much the same way every time.
Right. Anyway.
And of course, nobody in their right mind would want to kill Parthenax.
Fuck those old wizards. They can take their bigotry elsewhere.
To feel in control. We've already talked a bit about the racial and gendered aspect of this desire for control, but I want to think about illusory or false choice in games as an opportunity to read racialized, gendered, disabled, or classed experiences of powerlessness under a capitalist society, which constantly tells us that we have the freedom to choose when we don't. In particular,
Oh, geez. Okay, so apparently us complaining about the illusion of choice and whatnot is meaningless because it's part of the themes. This is life under capitalism, guys.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that Telltale was just not committed enough to just add more branches to the choices.
Right.
I want to talk about...
Yeah, that when Telltale says these games adapt to the choices you make, that's being pretty generous on their part, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was my point. It was like, about being honest earlier. Like how I said I don't mind cinematic games if, like, they make very clear before you ever buy them that this is the style of game that it's going to be. Like, this is an example of the opposite of that, where they were dishonest, and it's why it's one of my primary criticisms of it. Because it's like, you are playing the game the whole time thinking your choices matter, and it's not some like social like thematic deception. It's just that they wanted to falsely sell you a bill of goods. Like it's false advertising essentially, where they're like your choice. Yeah, exactly what Backseat was just saying about the message at the beginning, where it's like your choices matter and affect everything. It's like, well, they didn't really, especially in these early seasons and shit.
Yeah. So like, no matter what,
be honest, games.
No matter what you do, Lee's always going to die at the end of the game. There's nothing you can do to change that.
And even that guy's going to hate you no matter which decisions you make. Like, even something as simple as, like, swap out a character for another, or, like, some dial, like, somebody feels generally differently about you. Like, that crazy guy that you ended up, like, stealing his food in the vehicle. Even if you chose not to partake in that, he still hates you just as much. He's just like, well, it doesn't matter. You didn't stop it. So it's just kind of like, oh, well, that choice meant fuck all. He could have, like, they could have made it matter a little bit. He would have been like, maybe easier to convince at the end if you had made different choices, or maybe you can avoid a fight altogether or something like that. Like, that would have been a simple thing right at the end. You don't have to make a whole new game or anything. Just like one scene difference, Telltale.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like one of my favorite Let's Players to watch. Her name is Scotty LP. So when she like did her she finished Dragon Age 2 and she was given her verdict right after beating it, right? And one of her criticisms of it was that you couldn't really affect the main story all that much. Like in terms of like the side missions and the character quests, you could, but for like the main plot, all the quests in the main plot, you really couldn't. And she described it as the writers had like a super great story in their mind and they wanted to put that in the game, but they held on to it very tightly, and thus they didn't want any players to deviate from it because they thought it was so good, right? That's kind of like what Telltale is like. It's like, hey, we have this super good story, and they really want to get it across, but they don't allow any choices to deviate because, well, that would end up have the players deviate from their story, basically.
And what do a lot of people do whenever they're in choice-based games where the choices do matter? They usually play it through the first time pretty honestly, and if they fuck up, they fuck up. Like I mentioned, I got everybody killed at the end of Heavy Rain the first time I played it. You know what I did afterwards? I googled shit, and I was like, "Oh, how do I,
And then you pick then you start up a second playthrough, and you did the opposite choices. Yeah.
If the choices do significantly affect things, then guess what? That's like extra gameplay, extra game, and I'm gonna go and play it multiple times, doing the opposite, trying to make different choices. And I do that with Mass Effect. Mass Effect has a lot of shit matter in the third game based on your early choices. I went back to the second game, played the comic. Because I had it on PS3.
The Genesis comic, yeah.
Yeah, and then I did everything differently in order to save Morden one time, just because I was so pissed off when he died. Like, that's replaying 2 whole games, basically, just to get a different choice there. That's what people will do if they like your game and your choices matter.
And you find out that the only way to save Morden is to make sure Rex is dead, so...
Yep.
Oops.
Basically fuck over the Krogans 6 different ways.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Morden, but I'm not gonna kill Rex.
Yeah. Anyway.
Control in terms of the perception of black men as opposed to their material experience and positionality. In Telltale's The Walking Dead, Lee is established as a violent criminal, the quintessential zombie.
Well, no, not violent. He just killed one guy because he was sleeping with his wife.
Yeah, I never thought of Lee as violent.
If anything, Lee was justified in what he did, because, like, if I saw that my wife was cheating on me with somebody, I'd be pissed too.
Yep.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be arrested if you murdered him because you're white.
Ha!
A killable black man. Before the events of the game, he's a middle-class black man with a job as a professor at a university. Lee's voice...
Yeah, being a fucking history professor isn't exactly a middle-class job,
Yeah, maybe like an elementary history, a middle school history teacher or something would be more middle-class. Professors are usually pretty good, well-off.
Yeah. Anyway.
Actor Dave Fennoy has talked about intentionally conveying this in Lee's voice. But after he's imprisoned for murder, Lee experiences...
Okay, what's the Dave Fennoy quote then? You said he's spoken on it. What's the quote then? Because I have a very good feeling you're just using his words out of context here.
Backseater, George Lucas has spoken on how Vietnam was the primary influence for everything Star Wars, so you don't need to know the exact quote or watch the video clip. Don't watch that. That's how people use that phrase, like, so deceptively.
Yeah.
And there's actually a behind-the-scenes documentary that was made of this game, and in that, Dave Fennoy actually talks about like how he approached the character, and all he said was what I said earlier. He feels like he's a guy whose life has fallen apart for him. He's trying to build himself back up after the world has just been destroyed.
Yeah.
Aside from that, his only other comment about the character was just how challenging it was that he had to go from being very quiet to very loud and angry.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why episode 1 here was titled A New Day. This is literally and figuratively Lee's chance to begin anew, basically, yeah.
Experiences social death. Now marked for incarceration, forced labor, and exclusion from society, no longer an assimilated black citizen of the American state. Interesting that...
wasn't assimilated to begin with, what are you talking about?
It's what happens when you commit crimes, lady.
Yeah. She's like trying to use assimilated because like that's what people use for immigrants and stuff. Like you have to somewhat assimilate to the society that you're moving into. It's not used for like regular people that were just born into that society.
I'm pretty sure Lee was born an American citizen.
Yeah.
Yep.
Lee learns the lessons he does from Chuck, who, as a houseless drifter, ranks among the socially dead. With this in mind, we could actually say that metaphorically, Lee's zombification occurs.
Yeah. Sorry, Chuck.
the start rather than the end of the game, when he's on his way to prison. You could actually compare this with the image of the zombie in Life is Strange 2, a game very explicitly about the racist American police state. Young Daniel Diaz is dressed as a zombie when he's perceived as a racial...
Oh, that's just a Halloween costume. Shut the fuck up. Come on, lady. I guarantee you that was nothing symbolic right there, right, John?
Zombies are always political, Backseater. That's what you don't understand. Even whenever you're just wearing a mask of one as like an 8-year-old kid.
Christ.
His brother was
And
clearly
attacked by-
like, "Oh, I am going to wear this mask because I want to pay homage to the racial allegories of the zombie genre."
Yeah, pretty fucking much.
his racist neighbor before a white cop pulls over and murders his father. Sean and Daniel survive, in a sense, but experience social death when they stop being included as assimilated citizens of the American state. They are now zombies, houseless, criminalized, and marked for death.
No, I'm pretty sure they're not, right, John?
Yeah, the dad got shot because, he was like fighting with a... Gosh, I don't remember too much of this game. I mainly remember... The main thing I remember about this game is that, like, Daniel is taken in by some cult and, like, you have to convince him to leave because they're, like, worshiping him as, like, their savior. He's, like, a super religious cult that you find because you're on the run. And I'm pretty sure that the cops are just trying to, like, get you into, like, orphanage, basically, like, because your parents are dead at that point. So they're not, like, going, well, we gotta deport him. They're like, we gotta get him into the orphanage, basically. That's about it.
Anyway, also, hail, Evan.
Greetings, my friends. I bid you welcome from the far Middle East.
Far Middle East? Evan's
or rather,
Israel.
the ends of the mortal world, that is.
Oh, no.
Evan's dying? This is a new arc on Backseat, boys.
Because according to ancient Greek myth, the snake man that could turn people to stone like myself resides in the far end of the mortal world at the realms of the underworld.
Evan, you're not even wearing your snake. You're not wearing your Medusa mask right now. Your camera's not on, at least.
Yeah.
So it's not fitting to say this. You're just a lizard cowboy.
Ah,
Yeah.
damn it.
Damn it.
I mean, I would put my mask on, but it's on the other room that I am in right now, so...
Anyway.
I will tell you this. There's a new short either coming later tonight or tomorrow about my grand face review.
Oh, shit.
Yep. Actually, there might be 2 shorts coming tonight or tomorrow. My face review and us booking next year's WrestleMania.
Throughout the Walking Dead game, others will
Now,
perceive Lee
here's
as
my question. What did I miss? Have we learned anything new
A
about
fuck
zombies?
ton, and we're not going over because it's stupid.
Everything
Well-
is racist. Everything is colonization. Everything that happens in the Walking Dead game is because Lee is black. She's a black everything.
Well, it
Yeah.
seems like we have a Leah punching Lee in the face, so...
Yeah, that's Kenny.
My apologies. He's punching another black dude in the face, so I say her hands
And
are
he's
raised
white,
each one.
Evan. Evan, have you even played this fucking game?
No, I haven't played this game. I just got here.
Ugh.
Well, I like to
Anyway.
think I'm something of a Telltale Walking Dead expert myself, because according to my PS5 menu, I've put in like 100 hours into this
God
game.
damn.
Like this game and the rest of the seasons. Because one thing I like to do with games like this is play it once, do all my choices, and then go back and play it again with different choices to see how much it changes.
This
And
one
being
I...
very-
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
And being very disappointed in how little changes.
Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of us have done that and then gotten pissed off on the second playthrough, yeah. And then the first season I have played through because I did it on PS3. Then they brought the port to PS4 and it was another easy platinum. Plus, I like the story. So I was like, oh, that's cool. It's cozy. I'll play that again. And then the definitive edition came out where they made some improvements and shit and had all 4 seasons in one. And so I got that. I'm pretty sure I played this 4 times then.
Yeah,
I
I've
did the
played-
opposite choice, the PS3, PS4, and the definitive.
That's the version I had. That was the first time I ever got to play New Frontier and the final season.
Yeah.
Because before that, I only played season 1 and 2, and season 2 in particular was the season where I was getting really annoyed by how little the choices mattered. Because you remember the character of Nick, and how there's
Nick.
an episode 2 on whether or not to like let him die or to save him. And the first time around, I was able to save him. Then he does nothing in episode 3, and then he just gets unceremoniously killed off in episode 4.
Yeah.
That was a waste.
Yeah, Nick was a fucking shitbird. Yeah, season 2 I think is the weakest season of the whole series. I know a lot of people say that season 3 is the worst. I think season 2 is the worst.
Season 2 has its moments, but I do admit it has a lot of problems too.
Yeah. Anyway.
And there's little to do to affect this perception. No matter how
that
you
person is white.
Yeah. Also, Lee has
All I
plenty
see
of
was
weight.
like the back of their head. How could I tell what race they were?
I don't know, Evan. Anyway, it's like Lee can do little to challenge the perception of him being a violent black criminal. It's like, yes, he can by being a nice guy to them. Everyone, fuck.
In this very scene she's showing, Lee has the option to talk Kenny down. He doesn't have to fight him.
Yeah. Hell, Lee can just not fight at all. He can just let Kenny punch the shit out of him, yeah.
If you would just listen to this video and hadn't played this game, you'd think that Kenny is just spewing N-words right now.
Yeah.
I fucking hate you.
Yeah.
But like the only thing that you can consider racist that Kenny does is in episode 2 when he was like, Lee, you know how to pick a lock, right? No.
Yeah.
It's touched on like once in a funny manner. Like it's not like, oh, look at how evil Kenny is. It's just like a funny moment.
Yeah, it's just him being oblivious.
Yeah.
Right.
you act, whether you are the sacrificial black saint beloved of liberals, loved only when you passively accept death, or whether you alienate everyone around you except Clementine, no matter if your motivations
People like
are
this are
selfish.
so serious about race all the time. I have a feeling that like any black person they hung out with would actually hate them.
Yeah.
Like not in like a nasty way, but I mean like they would just get really annoyed at them like probably bringing it up all the time. Like I had a Palestinian friend actually, and one time she was talking about like clocks and stuff. She's like, oh, but wait, and somehow it got into like, she was like, oh, but if you're connecting a bomb, like you have to do this, this, and this. And I just like paused for a second. I was like, you know, you're not doing anything for stereotypes right now, talking about how to make a bomb. And she fucking cracked up. Like people who are just like willing to like, I don't know, you just like go easy on things. Like people make fun of white people all the time around you and you laugh at it. It's like, just ease up, lady. Like not everything is that serious.
Yeah.
And people of the people you're trying to protect or whatever, they're gonna like you a lot more if you just like stop trying to make everything about it.
Yeah, it reminds me of when Organized Chaos accused Eric July of being racist towards himself. It's saying like,
Yeah.
you need to stop hanging out with Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. You realize how much harm you're doing to other black people? It's like, shut
Allow
up,
me to
goat-faced-
educate you. I'm the blackest man around. Organized Chaos.
Even though
Yeah.
I'm the billiest, whitest guy ever with my receding hairline, and you need to listen to me.
This is like women that get mad at other like women comic creators when they draw the characters with big boobs or whatever, and they're just like, wow, you're a self-hating woman, I can't believe it. It's just like, no, I'm just normal, shut up.
Yeah. Moving on.
Capitalist individualism, or reasonable anger towards racial violence. If you're a jerk, characters might comment about how they were right about you, how your behavior confirms the beliefs they had about you all along. But even if you're a veritable angel, they're just waiting for the other shoe to drop. The only characters who have Lee's back pretty consistently, even if they don't necessarily agree with him 100% of the time, are notably mostly racialized people. Carly, Omid,
No.
What are you talking about?
Also,
That
I'm pretty
person's
sure
supposed to not
Carly
be
isn't. I'm pretty sure Carly is white. Hang on, let me check here real
Yeah,
quick.
she is a white chick. Like, and the
Carly.
reason why this is not complicated, lady. The reason why Lee or like Carly
Oh,
trusts-
Carly's Asian.
Oh,
What?
Huh.
I don't
I
think
guess
most
we were
people
wrong.
even. I don't think
Oh,
most
look at
people
that. I
even
guess we're
realize
all
that.
having trouble with identifying races of characters.
Wah,
So
wah.
I think it doesn't
That's-
really matter if you played the whole game and didn't even realize they were a different race. Like,
Yeah.
that's just a flaw in their. If they wanted that to be a point, which I don't think they really did, they would have made it very apparent.
But
'Cause
just
right
goes
now
to
they just kinda
show,
look
on the
like-
Backseat Boys, we are all colorblind.
Yeah,
I guess,
pretty
or the
much.
Telltale's graphics aren't that great sometimes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the fault of Telltale for not making it obvious enough.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you want them to have?
You know-
Comically slanty eyes? It's like, well, that is more
Well-
of an Asian trait, yes.
Well, it certainly
Yeah.
doesn't- it certainly doesn't help that in the same episode where Carly is introduced, we get a cameo from Glenn, who is in fact Asian, and
Yeah.
the two look nothing alike.
He looks really Asian, yeah. Also, what about Doug? Doug consistently has Lee's back. He's white. It provided, you let Carly die and whatnot, but still.
Yeah.
Fucking
And
shit.
And also, the big reason why Carly trusts Lee as much as she does is because she knows what kind of person he is, and she knows that he can be trusted. Now she's trying to help him out, say hey, just in case the other shoe drops and your past ever becomes public knowledge, you should let people know ahead of time because it would be a lot easier if they heard it from you.
Yeah.
Which pays off when Lily tries to blackmail Lee with his past, and if you tell Kenny, he's like, I don't care what he did before, or he told me.
Yeah, because he's still a good guy and all that, yeah. Anyway, now we got Omid and Krista here.
And Krista, who's a little rough around the edges but warms up to Lee when it matters most. By contrast, no matter how many times I play this game, all it takes is one disagreement with Kenny for him to turn on Lee like a handlebar mustachioed Floridian Judas, to the point that
It's because Kenny demands loyalty, but he gives it in return. That's kind of character he is. Not that he's racist or anything.
Yeah, and the only time I've ever found that Kenny kind of unreasonable is when if you decide to not help him kill Larry, but a bunch of other times, for example, if you side against him when Larry's like, Duck's bitten, we gotta throw him out. I can totally understand why Kenny would be a little bit upset if you choose to side against him.
Yeah.
But again, that's the point of Kenny is like John said, he demands loyalty at all costs because he's very family oriented.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just basic human nature. If you are loyal to people or you trust them, they'll give it back in return. But if you're if you're mean to Kenny or you go against him, he'll go against you. That's just how.
Anyway. Also, hey, Fanatic.
What's up, guys?
Oh,
Hello.
fucking bullshit is what's going on.
that he leaves Lee to die twice. Kenny refuses to ever take personal responsibility for his actions,
You know
constantly
who
blaming
else that occasionally leaves Lee to die? Lily. 'Cause if you help Kenny kill Larry and you're getting attacked by Andy at the end of episode 2, she'll be like, "Oh, I'll just leave him to die." And
Yeah, I have this fucking rifle, but I'm not gonna take a shot at the guy who's strangling my fellow survivor, yeah.
And Clementine's even like, "What the hell, Lily? Help him!"
Yeah.
everything on Lee, even potentially physically assaulting him, because he's an easy scapegoat.
No,
Kenny
again, he's not. Oh Jesus! Again, no, he's not punching Lee because he's black or some shit, or he's at fault for his problems. No, he's just putting his head in the sand. You fucking idiot!
is revealing comments
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
As I mentioned
associated
before, it's the
Yeah.
one-
Lee with criminality.
Hey, Lee, you know how to pick a lock, right?
No. Why would you say that?
Well, you're, urban?
Oh, you are not saying what I think you're saying.
And with black professionalism.
All right, Professor, what'd you have in mind?
Okay, you realize the former was a joke, and a joke on the game's part at least, but if we're looking at this from like a character perspective, it's just Kenny being slightly ignorant, and and this remark right here is just a snarky remark. So what?
And also, he was a professor at a university, so
Yes.
it can just be Kenny pointing out the fact that he's a professor, so he might as well be smart.
Right.
I think a professor was smart.
Anyways, also sorry I forgot this, but Jacob says organized chaos has the auto come. Yeah, pretty much.
I'm gonna
Show that he has racist beliefs about Lee, which of
Oh,
course
no, he does not.
characterize this behavior of targeting him and scapegoating him. Class adds a dimension
No, he doesn't.
too, because Kenny seems to resent Lee's class position, which should belong to a deserving white person like him.
No, Kenny doesn't believe that. What the fuck are you talking about? It's like, Kenny's a commercial fisherman, and I'm willing to bet he'd be like, yeah, like, maybe this professor man should be making more money than him, because that's a more fucking, like, that's a position where, you know, like, you go to school, and, you know, which costs a lot, and fucking, like, and you're teaching other people, and they're paying a fuck ton to also go to school, so, like, I don't know, like, no, Kenny doesn't think that, oh, I'm white, therefore I should be paid more than this guy, this black man in front of me. Especially since we're in a zombie apocalypse where no one's getting paid anymore.
And also, if Kenny was just this raging racist who hates Lee, then how come when they first meet back in episode 1, he's all like friendly to him and introducing him to his family? Like, shouldn't Kenny just like hate Lee right off the bat? No. What's happening here is because Lee, as the playable character, is taking like command of all the situations and making all the choices, the result of your decisions will have an effect on Kenny, and if you side against him, he will take it out on you, because it's just basic human nature.
Right. Ah, Christ.
And tries to reconcile this with his mental image of a working-class, criminal, violent black man.
No,
Kenny
he
shows
doesn't.
a similar sort of resentment towards Carlos in Season 2. His entitled white masculinity under attack by Carlos's intelligence.
No.
Lady, the reason why Kenny is mad at Carlos is because Kenny is trying to figure out a way for them to escape, and Carlos is basically having a defeatist attitude, and Kenny doesn't like that. He isn't gonna just lie down and lose. He wants
Carlos
to
ends up being wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, it's part of the reason Carlos is one of the worst characters in this series, yeah.
By the way, if anybody questions my bona fides, I got my Telltale, everything from Tales of the Borderlands to Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy episodic game, the Life is Strange remastered collection, The Walking Dead Definitive Edition, Wolf Among Us, Batman, Batman the Enemy Within, Tales of the Borderlands, new Tales of the Borderlands, which I actually haven't gotten to, their shitty Game of Thrones game, and all that. The benefits of physical media. You can always prove what you got.
Yeah. Anyway.
Regardless of intent, there are consequences to rash actions. Something that he seems to be misreading as capitulation.
Yeah. I am a retard who thinks that I am very smart.
Faint sounds of my reactions because footage is from my stream. Oh, so this is your footage. Well, no wonder you sucked at the shooting from earlier. Anyway.
You're saying, but I know it's bullshit.
Notably, neither of these men of color actually belittle
Correct
Kenny.
response from Kenny.
Yeah.
Of course, the black man and the Mexican man are essentially the same person to this.
Yeah.
A person of color, they're all the same. Oh, let's hire a Vietnamese woman, Kelly Marie Tran, to appeal to China.
Yeah.
She's like, the plight of the illegal immigrant. The poor black man knows this well. They're just like, what?
Classist way. They are simply trying to communicate with the group and assert their point of view at any given time, and Kenny considers their intelligence to be a threat that triggers his insecurity. Is this why Kenny gravitates?
It's not intelligence, it's being an asshole and trying to sound intelligent while doing so.
Yeah.
It's called being an arrogant douche, essentially. Don't do that and you won't piss off Kenny.
Again, this is just a scenario where they're in trouble and they have two very different ways of dealing with their trouble. Carlos wants to give up. Kenny doesn't want to give up.
Is she gonna bring up how Kenny fucking hates Lily and Larry?
Yeah, exactly.
They're white. And
Yeah.
I know one's a woman, so she'd probably say, well, he's also sexist. And it's like, okay, fine, but what about Larry? Because he fucking hates Larry and disagrees with him all the time.
Yeah.
How dare he tell Lily that this isn't her own personal dictatorship?
Yeah.
And again, if Kenny is such a racist, why does he like Clementine so much in season 2? The point where he's
trying
like,
to control her into making her into an Uncle Tom, obviously.
Oh my god.
Because any black person who agrees with the people that I don't like, that just makes them manipulated and probably kind of evil or something.
Yeah.
Well, that wouldn't really work in the Kenny ending of season 2, where he actively sacrifices himself in order to let Clementine into Wellington. He's like, just take the kids. Take the kids.
It's towards Lee because he thinks black men's supposed aggression and criminality are useful skill sets for a zombie apocalypse.
What? No. Oh my.
You're making
no.
up a whole ass stereotype for him to have. Holy shit.
Kenny and Lee have just met. What reason does he have to think Lee's good in a fight? Except,
He's survived a zombie apocalypse thus far. And
Yeah.
he seems like a pretty he's not like 400 pounds or something and like eating a churro or something. He's just like he's like, yeah, you look pretty capable in a fight.
Yeah. Also, like, knock a couple of heads doesn't necessarily mean, like, get in a fight. It basically means, like, hey, like, you're pretty good at, like, fighting off zombies or whatever the hell. I don't
And just
know.
like you're physically able to
You're
do
physically
that.
able,
You're
yeah.
not like a
You
weakling.
look like you can take care of yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like how Lee has like a very smiley, genuine reaction to this, and this person's like, clear racism. Lee should hate
Yeah.
this.
He's like,
on the
I'll take it
way.
as a compliment.
Yeah.
Personally, I'd appreciate the company of a guy who can knock a couple of heads together if he has to.
He's happy to use Lee if he can, but because he fundamentally sees him through a
That's how
racial
everybody
trope,
is to a certain extent. Like,
Yeah.
in the zombie apocalypse, especially right here at the start when you sort of have no reason to be loyal to anybody quite yet, it's like, yet Lee probably only trusts Kenny because he's like a, prime aged, like he's obviously father age, but I mean, like, he's not a senior citizen, he's not a little kid. You're probably looking for other people like that seem like somewhat capable.
Yeah, this is still day 4, yeah, anyway.
he's ready to throw him under the bus if he thinks the moment calls for it.
No, there's no reason to yet in this scene.
Yeah, and even if you side like don't save Duck and try to save Sean, he still offers you a ride to Macon when
Yeah.
first you off.
I mean, God forbid that useful, violent criminal skill set turn on Kenny.
Lee being a
Wait,
clumsy bitch and loses the first 15-20 minutes of the game.
Kenny
Also,
didn't
now
see
you're
that.
shitting on Lee.
Ha!
She's saying like, oh, Kenny shouldn't think that he's so good at fighting because of this thing that he didn't see.
Ha!
And also,
Yes.
in this moment, Lee has a broken leg, so of course he's gonna have trouble standing up.
Yeah. Busted his leg and he's handcuffed, yeah.
And he was just in a car crash, so that's probably a little bit disorienting.
Yeah.
Now, granted, I will give her this. In the first episode, Lee does trip over things way too many times.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Especially
just for
like
classic gameplay mechanics.
Especially like in the drugstore when Clementine gets attacked by that one zombie and he goes to save her and he just trips over nothing.
Yeah.
They go full heavy rain where it's like you have to walk down this grocery store aisle and you're like, oh shit, oh no, this is really tough. I can't do this basic task. I'm like knocking over everything on the shelf, and you got to do 10 quick time events just to not fall over yourself and crash the whole thing.
Yeah, we gotta play that game on stream one of these days because I know that game's like really funny to stream with friends. Yeah. Anyway.
That or The Quarry and Until Dawn.
Yeah. Fucking any of the fucking Quantic Dream games, yeah.
Or the Tomb Raider Anniversary game. That game has some funny quick time fail animations.
Oh, yeah.
Like her getting ragdolled by the T-Rex.
Yeah.
Oh. Kenny not only views Lee as aggressive and criminal, but makes the racist assumption that Lee will support and assist him without question, which...
I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
It's because they've been through a bunch of shit together that he thinks Lee is like his best friend at that point, basically, which he is. I mean, he's been with Lee, and Lee's been with him longer than anybody else in this apocalypse. They're like the OGs left here.
Yeah.
Including Kenny's family dying, so he really has nobody else left to like that he knows any better, quite frankly.
Right.
And in the previous episode, if you like side with him enough times, when like Lee asks for help in rescuing Clem, like he volunteers without question. That's sort of like one of the hidden choices consequences of choices where like depending on how much you side with him, he'll either like I instantly volunteer to help you save Clementine, or he needs to be convinced, or he'll just say, sorry, I'm going to stay here with the boat.
Yeah, he says, like, you've always had my back, Lee. I'd be a pretty shitty friend if I cut you out now, or something like that. Because I pretty much always took Kenny's side in this game whenever I would play through it. So I pretty much always got that dialogue. Yeah.
Pretty much. Kenny's pretty much the optimal choice in this game, especially if you're playing with the benefit of hindsight and you know that, like, siding with Lily is not going to pay off well at all. Yeah.
Yeah, and also in the version where like you have to convince him there to come with you, the way you do that is by appealing to his sense of duty to family by saying, Clementine's my family now. She's all I've got. And he'll go, hell, at the end, family's all you got. All right, I'm in.
This is another funny subtitle moment, too. You can either say nothing, Krista's right, worry about the boat after, or that Lee will support and assist him without question, which,
Yeah. Anyway.
Definitely betrays an internalized idea of black people as unthinking assistants, servants, slaves. Kenny always seems shocked as well as horrified when Lee doesn't help or follow him, because he simply can't imagine that Lee might have...
if she, like, was talking to the developers of the game, and she's like, now I'd like to play this scene, and it, like, you know, has that dialogue play out, and she's like, so... I love what you did with that. And they're like, oh, thank you. And then she's like, the racial undertones, your statement against colonialism. And they're just like, yeah.
You certainly have
explain that. Absolutely. You should explain that to us right now.
You certainly have a unique interpretation of our game.
You have a way of words, miss.
It's just that funny moment when you know that if you like talk to the people who actually made this shit, they would have absolutely no fucking idea what she was talking about if she just like came at them with these things.
Yeah.
His own thoughts, beliefs, desires, or needs. Equally, Kenny relies on Lee because he often can't do what needs to be done.
Yeah, it's called being part of a group.
Can't kill him unless pushed.
Kenny has flaws,
can't pull off.
Yes. He's emotionally affected by things. You know that family you said he didn't really care about and he just used his tools earlier? He's actually fucking emotionally affected when they die. So
yeah, like this is literally him mourning and shit, yeah.
And if you convince him to like shoot Duck in episode 3, when you get to this part, when you see the zombie boy who looks like Duck, he tells Lee like, I can't do it again because I'm sorry, but when you lose family, you kind of like that sticks with you.
Yeah.
White, she is a
What?
What, Evan?
Nothing. I was playing a clip. My bad.
Oh. Anyway.
His stupid fucking boat plan without help. But instead of exercising empathy to encourage people to trust and help him, he bullies everyone, especially Lee, into a comment.
Will you bully me, Kenny? Will you bully me? It's like, also, no, Kenny doesn't fucking bully people. What the fuck you on about?
Also, what's stupid about his boat plan?
I don't know, I guess because it involves, like, getting on the boat and sailing out, like, indefinitely until, like, shit, like, blows over, I guess. And, like, I mean, I guess you could say that's not the best decision, but, like, in their decision, I mean, it was better than Lily's decision, which was literally just, let's sit at the fucking motel, like, holding our dicks and freeze our ass off during the winter.
The thing is, like, even if you're obviously not going to stay on an island or whatever that you find forever, but it could be a nice home base where you at least have a safe place to go back to, and then you can venture out from there and gather resources.
Yeah. But like they were running out of but John, that's the thing. They were like scavenging all around the place, and they were running out of resources, like where the motel was. So they pretty much in Kenny's eyes, they pretty much had to leave because they weren't going to get any more supplies, basically. Like, part of the reason they even accepted the St. John's deal is because they were running out, and at the end of the episode, they just lucked upon the stranger's car, basically. And they blew through all that, and they couldn't just rely on their luck to just have shit fall in their laps.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about the motel thing. I meant the boat plan. You know, their plan was to, like, find an island, and I was like, oh, well, that could be a nice safe base from the zombies, a place you can always go back to, and you know there aren't any zombies there. Or any other survivors, presumably. And then you can use the boat to go along the coast and, like, gather supplies from different areas, potentially, and bring them back there.
Anyway.
Dating him. Starkly, he does this without being villainized the way that Lee is for even the tiniest display of anger or poor
Lee is
judgment.
never villainized for anger or poor judgment. What are you talking about?
The only people that villainized Lee were, like, fucking Lily and Larry because they knew about his past and how he had killed somebody, and they were like, that was their only impression. They'd only heard about him on the news as a violent dude. So yeah, they were a little suspicious and a little quick to suspect him, and they're also just like paranoid people by nature. But it was never a fucking racial thing.
Christ.
And in the end, Kenny is a hypocrite too. He denies Ducks turning into a walker, putting everyone in danger, but he callously advocates for killing Larry and even Lee. And
because he fucking hated Larry. Also, killing Lee. When did fucking Kenny advocate to kill Lee?
Yeah, if anything, he didn't want to. He was more so just worried about like what would potentially happen if Lee turned.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was whenever Lee was bitten. Yeah, he discusses the options. I don't think he's ever like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, Lee. Like, or we should. He was just kind of like, oh, we gotta discuss all of our options, and he's like bringing up the possibility that, you know, they might have to. And Lee basically agrees that at some point they will. Like, he's not dumb. He recognizes his his condition at that point, but he just argues to rescue Clementine first.
Right.
And in that scene, Kenny even says, like, if you don't make it, we will find Clementine for you.
Anyway.
And look, I fucking hate Larry, but I still didn't think he deserved that.
Well, what else? He was pretty much already dead by then anyway, because he just died of heart failure right then and there.
How
Also,
dare
he's
you
white.
defend a racist?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Larry's
Ironic.
white, so why would Kenny kill him so quickly? Clearly, it was racially fueled.
Yeah.
Obviously, Larry deserved to die. He was a racist. Don't you get it?
She's like, if you read the wiki, Larry was actually 6% Native American, which means that's clearly why Kenny was so quick to kill him, viewing him as a savage.
Anyway.
The language that he and his daughter Lily use about people being parasites and mouths to feed.
Those parasites you guys brought back need to go.
Yeah, he was talking about two white guys during that scene.
He was talking about Ben and either Sean or the professor, who are both,
Travis.
Or Travis, I'm sorry. But like he's talking about the two white guys. And the reason why he's saying that is because they're already struggling with supplies, and now Lee has just brought back two more mouths to feed.
Yeah, Lily even says, I want to know why you thought bringing two more mouths to feed was a good idea. Yeah. What the fuck was that?
Evan's playing pop music.
Damn it, Evan. Anyway.
I want to know why
I'm a busy guy, got a little stuff sent to me.
to feed was a good idea.
Yeah, see right there. Ironically, though, he shits on others for needing help. If you don't give Larry a handout of food or give him the axe to work on the wall, he whines about it. Yeah, Larry's a fucking bitch. What else do you want?
But
Yeah,
he's an asshole to everybody equally, though. He's not just an asshole to Lee because he's black. He's like,
Yeah, like earlier in this scene, he was yelling at Mark right before you walked up to the two of them. Yeah.
What do you want? A handout? Work on that wall, you lazy.
Yeah.
In the game itself, when the same
Of
language
course,
is
talk
used
about
to
eugenics.
Oh God.
just
describe
like
the
Sydney
attitude of the
Sweeney.
Yeah.
eugenicist cult, Crawford, which rejects burdensome prospective citizens, i.e., children, the disabled, and the elderly. Larry only ever sees Lee as a violent criminal.
In that case, if you're one of the groups that Crawford rejects are pregnant women. So if anything, you should be happy because that means they're pro-abortion.
Yeah.
Also,
I'm
by
a threat.
Fanatic.
Bye, Fanatic. Yeah.
Take it easy.
Claiming this racial caricature is who Lee really is. Ironically, of course, while holding Lee responsible for being a convicted murderer, Larry has no problem with advocating for the murder of Duck, a child, based on a hunch. After Lee spearheads the effort to find nitroglycerin pills to save Larry's life, Larry still tries to knock him out and leave him behind at the drugstore, even though Kenny has been his main adversary in the fight over Duck's life.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny still knows that fucking Lee's a criminal, so that's probably why he did it.
Yeah, and also, I'm sorry, but that's just Larry's character. He's a dick.
Yeah.
This lady just ignores individuality in general, it seems like. It's just like, this can never just be the result of this specific character and their like background and upbringing or the actions that they've taken during the game. And it can never be like, oh, it's fueled by like, everything that they've done. It's always just like something about race for some reason.
Right, yeah.
Well, that's their primary thing to grift on.
Yeah.
In that case, she must. Sorry, go ahead, John.
Well, it's basically like either it's grifting, like Evan said, or it's like, this is, if this is how you honestly believe things, like you're just so brain rotted at that point where you're just like, okay, you like consume a piece of media and you're just like, all right, what did the race matter for everybody? What did the race and sex matter?
Yeah, in this case, she must hate the people of Wakanda because they would exclude people who aren't black.
Yeah. You're not black enough, yeah.
It's clear that Larry's targeting of Lee is racist. He
No, it
doesn't even do a
isn't.
particularly good job of denying it later, if Mark decides to be a fucking jerk and tell Larry what I told him in confidence about thinking that Larry is racist. Larry's
Well,
racist.
then you shouldn't have picked that option if you didn't want Mark to say it then.
This is like whenever you kill a bunch of people in GT. This is like whenever, like, early 2000s, whenever parents were freaking out about GTA, being like, oh, you pick up hookers and then have to kill them afterwards. It's like, well, that's actually only if you choose to do that in the game. That's actually not even a part of any of the missions.
Yeah. Anyway.
Is perhaps most stark, though a bit subtler, when he tells Lee to stay away from his daughter Lily and to stay away from Clem.
Only thing
It's his
I
fault.
have to do is protect my,
Hang on, whatever.
my daughter. Like my daughter?
Not really.
Good. Stay away from her. Where everyone here knows that Lee Everett is a killer. I'm not talking about those things out there. You hear me? I ask you a question, boy.
Oh, he said boy.
Then again, I didn't expect a convicted murderer to listen to anything anybody's got to say.
Fucking knew he was a racist too.
I know.
Oh my god.
What? Because he said boy, that's literally it?
It reminds me of when there was that bit where Seth Rollins, the pro wrestler, got like jumped by some fan at like a WWE event. And of course, this fan was a black guy. So when Seth said, "Is that all you got, boy?" they started accusing Seth of being a racist.
Oh my god.
Because of course,
I remember seeing that live on Raw.
Oh god.
And at first, everyone thought it was a work, but when it became apparent really quickly that, oh, this was for real, you're like, oh, this is the most exciting Raw has been for years.
fans jumping over the guardrail.
I remember that after the fan did that, he was running free, going, "Oh my god, I was on TV! Look!" And he was tagging a bunch of people, and apparently he tagged like Cora Jade for some weird reason.
Well,
Yeah.
congratulations on your 5 seconds of fame, dude.
Yeah. Oh, we also got Melissa saying eugenics cults are all leftist commie. Yeah, pretty much.
Who you are. And I don't give a shit about what happens to you. But if anything happens to my daughter or that little girl you've got with you, you watch your ass.
You don't care about that little girl. Not only.
How do you know that?
She just made up a whole headcanon. So 2 times there, she's like, I knew he was racist, which means she had already decided that even before he gave any sort of signal that he was. And then she said, you don't care about, despite all evidence to the contrary, and the fact that he just went out of his way to mention her specifically as someone he cared about. She's just like, nope. I've already decided in my head you're a racist, so that can't
So
possibly
this whole
be
fucking, so her whole playthrough is filled with confirmation bias, basically.
and just headcanon.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, this is what I decided on my playthrough, therefore it is now canon.
And also, once again, like, even if everything she's saying about Larry is true, you're not supposed to like him, because he's sort of like a pseudo-antagonist for the first 2 episodes before he dies.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like an antagonist once again to everybody, black or white. Like, Lee is your character, but he's also a dick to all the side characters. So why does he treat everybody the same if it's all about race?
Yeah, right here, he's fighting with Kenny, another white guy.
Yeah. Anyway.
Is Larry shitty to his own daughter, which she elaborates further on in the final season. He never shows any care or compassion towards Clem, doesn't even exchange words with her in the first 2 episodes. What he really cares about is mobilizing the trope of black men as sexual threats to white women.
What?
Sexual?
Sexual? What the fuck?
Also, again, Lily is ex-military, and I think he even says, like, my daughter can, like, take care of herself.
Yeah.
But, like, right here, that's just him being, like, a father saying, like, stay away from my daughter.
Well, hang on, Chris, hang on. I know Lily used to work for the military, but I don't think she was an actual part of it. Like, she was an office worker in an Air Force base, I'm pretty sure. I don't think she was an actual part of the armed forces, though. Larry is ex-military, though, so I think that's what your confusion is.
Hey, she qualifies for the insurance, okay?
Yeah. Also, say hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Whatever.
Oh,
Anyway.
Face his daughter Lily, and using
I gotta take a piss.
Okay, turn off
Oh,
the
whatever,
camera.
Mom. It's fine. I can just turn my camera and mute my mic.
Yeah, turn off your microphone, Backseater. It's too late. No.
No. Alright, I can just remove myself like this.
I thought for a second there, I thought we had another mom's theater attack.
Discounting her autonomy, her love for Lee, and her desire to stay with him. You might say that Lee
should have
needs
left us
mastery
with
not
Mom's
of
Cedar.
combat, scavenging, or other commonly
No, there she is
regarded
right there.
survival skills, but of interpersonal communication and decision-making, that feminized labor I've been talking about. This no doubt reflects the day-to-day survival of black men and of other racialized
I forgot
people.
the other
because
cannibal
Lee-
kept eating as after they had revealed after they're having this emotional moment. One of the dudes is just munching away on the people.
He is instantly perceived as a threat if he cannot masterfully convince them of the opposite and humanize himself to them. He is gravely in danger. In practice, Lee's power over the group is incredibly limited, and there are various occasions where they will do what they want regardless, something which highly contrasts games where the gameplay promotes direct and exact control over the behavior of NPCs, which has its own trappings of stripping agency away from these NPCs. The game shows us that even behaving as the perfect sacrificial black saint, Lee simply cannot change others' perception of him. The game's false choice paradigm,
These guys are
the feeling
murderous
of
cannibals.
hopelessness
It's not
of a-
because he's black.
Saint? The fuck? I'm pretty sure Lee knows he's no saint. The fuck?
I like how she's like trying to frame this as like they're pointing these guns at him because he's black, as they rob all the white people too, or like imprison all the white people. She's like, look at them treating everybody the same, including this black man, clearly racist.
Oh, Christ on a bike.
It's just the mental disconnect of seeing people treat people of all different races the same, but as soon as they treat a black person the same way, they're like, oh, you only did that because of the race. It's like, you never explain why is there no difference?
Imagine this lady's reaction to the Walking Dead show and all the time people disagree with Rick.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, it's like some sort of narrative about white privilege or whatever. Just shut up. Shut up. Huh?
It's like these evil cannibals that want to kill people and eat them, they're only doing that to Lee because he's black. They did it to all the other people for good reasons.
Yeah, the fact that the first victim of theirs was white. Yeah, anyway. We got Melissa saying, I have a DD214 as well, but I was in combat MOS. Sorry, Melissa, I don't know what any of that means.
I'm guessing that's related to the insurance thing I mentioned before about, like, military people. Because she's not in combat military. That's basically what I was saying. Like, you can be part of the military without being combat.
We got Melissa also saying she must find racism in game. Yes, he's like, I must find the racism in this game. I must find the racism in this game. I must root it out. I must do what my lady Anita Sarkeesian said. Everything is racist, and I need to point it all out. Yeah.
You heard it in her playthrough. Like, she's playing every scene through that scope. She has to find it. She's like, I knew he was racist. As soon as she hears anything that she could vaguely interpret that way.
Yeah.
Also, MOS stands for Military Occupational Specialties.
The fact that your choices will not change Lee's fate is, intentionally or not, really powerful in conveying Lee's racialized experience, particularly in the context
intentionally
of being
or not. So that's how she weasels out of, like, the developers probably have no idea what the fuck she's talking about. She's like, well, you did it unintentionally. They're like, okay, thanks, lady. Just shut up. I'm glad we gave us money, but John, now shut up.
houseless, starving, and materially disenfranchised in this way. The feeling of powerlessness...
Oh, never mind. It's just our half-eaten friend.
Yeah, it's Mark, yeah.
...that this game evokes is, powerful. It's the main antagonist of the season.
I would love if Mark was just like, how do I taste anyway? I'm gonna die anyway. May as well go out swinging.
Yeah. Or crawling in his case, yeah.
Also, when he crawls down afterwards, how does he end up back upstairs when you confront Brenda when she's got?
I don't know. Probably dragged him back up there and put him in that secret bathroom. Probably.
Like, come on, Stumpy, we're going back up. He's like, oh man,
get back in there.
Yeah, he probably died. When they were hauling everyone off to the freezers. And then they picked up his body and put him in the secret bathroom, and I think that's probably how. Anyway, we got Melissa saying DD214 is your separation form you get when you leave the military. Oh, okay, there you go.
Stranger that really brings his theme home. He decides that Lee is a bad father and gives him the role of villain in his story, regardless of what you choose. At the end of episode 2, the group that Lee and Clementine are with decide to steal from an abandoned station wagon in the forest. The player, as Lee, can choose to advocate for this, which Clementine and others will disapprove of, or you can choose to oppose the decision, in which case the others will tell you that it's necessary to do it, and they'll steal anyway. This station wagon belonged to the stranger, whose family collapsed as a result after the food and supplies were stolen.
The stranger, left it unattended, dumbass.
Yeah, finders keepers, bro.
His white privilege came back to bite him in the ass.
Kind of reminds me of this incident I had at work when I was ushering the theater. It was like a small family in there early, and they had Cold Stone, and one of the Cold Stone things was left unattended. And I thought someone must have been done with it, so I put it in my little wastebasket. And this little kid watched the whole thing. He's like, "You threw away my ice cream!" And the mother just turns to me well, you shouldn't have left it unattended, dumbass.
Yeah.
Nailed with the
Evan
black
likes
family
to
too.
steal little kids' food is what I got from this story. Wow. What's up with
Yeah.
that? I thought you were gonna say somebody left it and it melted all over the seat or something.
Well, it was partially melted already, but.
Yeah, anyway.
Children blames Lee, regardless of what you as Lee actually choose. Specifically, he decides that Lee is unfit to be a father to Clementine, even to the point he says...
If I were Lee in this situation, I would have just been like, dude, a lot of people were dying at the time. We don't know if you had like died and just left and like had to scramble out of your car and like got eaten by a bunch of zombies or some shit. Like, how are we supposed to know?
Yeah.
He'd rather kill Clementine himself than let her go with Lee. What's fascinating is that Duck, the other child and the only white child in the group, is neutral and has an assumed to be fit white father, Kenny. Lee, on the
That's not the game taking a side. That's just the stranger's perspective that Lee is unfit to be a father to Clem based on what he knows about Lee, which is his past as a criminal and all the choices he made, which includes like killing the St. John's, leaving either Duck or Carly to die, or like potentially leaving Lily on the side of the road.
Mm-hmm.
He turns all your choices that he views as bad back on you in order to justify his decision.
Yeah, pretty much.
the other hand, must be an unfit father, and the white stranger believes that he can do better.
The white
Ironically,
stranger.
neither the stranger nor Kenny were able to protect their children, while Lee's kid is still alive. Now, the Lee and Clementine relationship
Well, partially
works.
just through good fortune, let's be honest. I mean, part of his good fortune was finding the stranger's shit to, so that's kind of like you made the stranger fail by making yourself not fail, so it was one or the other at that
Fail, yeah.
To counteract the initial staging of Lee as a violent criminal, someone we might immediately zombify, and raises him from the dead, so to speak, humanizing him. Well, if not for the other characters, then certainly for most players, as countless reviews and fan reactions account for. But should we take the humanizing power of this relationship for granted? The game.
Why not?
Should you feel this way? No.
Why not?
Because I said so. Because Larry is
Oh.
racist. Because I said so.
Yeah, great. Yeah, great fucking logic there, bro. Yeah.
And not to mention, just because it's my video, and what I say goes. I am the
Badass
alpha.
over here.
Also, help me on my fundraiser for Gaza.
Yeah, pretty much. He just fucking grifted with this fucking shit, yeah.
With Lee handcuffed in the back of a cop car on his way to prison. We don't have much information about this scenario other than the fact that Lee's wife had an affair with the state senator, Lee killed the state senator, and now he's on his way to prison.
We don't have much fucking, we don't have much context situation other than this context right here.
Other than the entire story behind it.
Yeah.
It's not like we get the context later on, and this is just the setup.
Yeah.
The scene of Lee's zombification and social death is the staging for the game and for the zombie apocalypse. Throughout the game, your choices always constitute some kind of dialogue with this racialized, gendered construction of Lee as a zombified black criminal aggressor, though what you're actually looking at is him. Powerless.
Nobody calls him
the game
zombified other than you. Like,
yeah.
You're like, oh, see, it's the zombifying at the beginning is just like the zombifying at the end. It's like, but nobody called the beginning one zombifying. You just made that up because you saw that he zombified at the end.
Literally, yeah. Anyway.
ends with Lee handcuffed again, a police officer in his way, again, or in Clementine's way. Now,
I mean,
so your
like,
whole metaphor falls apart if this guy had been like a firefighter or something. Isn't he mainly a police officer so that you can get the gun off of him?
Yeah, mainly, yeah. So you can, mainly so you can get the gun, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, and it's almost like this whole ending scene is meant to mirror the beginning of the of the story in sort of like a full circle kind of way.
It's like poetry, you know. It rhymes.
It rhymes.
No, there's no
Yeah.
Jar Jar in this scene.
Anyway.
There is a Jar Jar. She's narrating it.
Ha! Yeah.
Heyo.
Heyo, ba-doom, psh.
Actually, if you see this lady's face, I think Jar Jar might be better looking.
Oh, gee, yeah, Chris, Evan, you guys missed it, but she was playing Barbie games earlier, and she looked like she was having a ball of a time, yeah.
We want to go back and
see
people
what gonna
like,
fuck.
Alright, one of you guys, help me remember this time code, 11-15-14, alright?
1:15,
1
14.
1 hour
1:15,
15.
1:15, 14. Yeah, hang on. Where is it? No. Where the fuck is it? There it is. There. Look at this. Look at this.
You know,
shit.
there is a clip of Backseaters I find very appropriate to use in this scenario.
No, there's
that
no
a
way in
nose
hell this
ring?
bitch is hot. No way.
No, the Backseater clip that I had in mind is you going.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Also, why are you mirroring your gameplay so I can't read the shit?
I don't fucking know.
Look at the
man.
horse's name. It's like Eleb. Wait, no, it's Bell.
Yeah.
Hello.
Anyway,
Again, or in Clementine's way. Now he's literally zombified. His fate as a black man in this world is sealed.
oh, also I forgot to read out the chat. Melissa says, "You must believe what she believes, or she'll shun you from the beet farm like Dwight Schrute." LOL. Yeah, pretty much. The only real racism I see here is anti-white racism coming from this self-hating commie white woman.
Oh, she's not a woman. She's a they.
Yeah, she's a they, Melissa. Yeah.
She's a they, she.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they, she, yeah.
Trey Andrea Russworm writes, despite all that Lee and Clementine's bond has signified up until this point, Lee's redemptive and punitive relationship to the prison industrial complex returns from the dead to fatally subordinate the intersubjective bond between the two characters, returning the black masculine subject back to his depressive and inevitable relationship to the state. Only this time, rather than function as a signifier for a generalized
She's playing the game and she's just like, now Lee will be more of a black man because of this ending. She's like just ruining the entire ending for herself. Just like, all right, Lee, excellent. Now you are more black now that you are a zombie.
Oh yeah, because everyone who played this scene, they were thinking to themselves, "Oh boy, it's so sad that Lee has fallen victim to the prison industrial complex."
Yeah,
like, other
because as
people
we
are
all know,
emotionally invested in like talking about Clementine and stuff, and then she's just like sitting there fucking reading these books about it while watching it. Like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to think. Okay, good. I don't give a shit about the story.
threat to society, as he did riding in a police cruiser at the start of the game, Lee is refigured here as a specific threat to the only person with whom he has established reciprocal love. My reading of this thematic and visual circle.
What, Chris?
That's just called being a zombie.
Yeah.
Zombie, you lose everything that you were when you were a living person, and now you're just an empty shell who's just looking to eat other people.
You're a meatbag.
You see, Chris, this look right here, it's just like a fentanyl addict. It's a clear reference to, that thing that happened years later.
Yeah. Anyway.
I feel like this face that Lee has is the same exact face we're all making while listening to this lady.
Yeah.
Backseat can make the thumbnail the big pointer to this face and just be like, what happens when you watch this video?
Yeah.
I honestly would just rather go back to work than listen to this lady.
It's like Darth Vader, like, I'd rather go to work than go to Star Wars Celebration. Yeah. Anyway.
You're not a real fan. Oh.
I'd rather work 50 hours a week than promise a bunch of my fans that I'm gonna release a Unity comic and then never deliver it.
Yeah.
Backseater, there was that one person we were watching. I think it was one of the chicks pretending to be, or the dude pretending to be a chick that was covering Bratz. That was.
Oh,
like,
Chloe Sunflora, yeah.
That was.
I
like,
would rather be in a Zoom meeting with Star Wars Explained.
But I'm pretty sure they at one point were like, I had to work a 30-hour work week sometimes. It was so grueling. And I'm just like, 30 hours in a week?
Most people these days would kill for 30 hours.
Yeah, like they acted like there was this exhausting concept.
I just got done working 55 hours this week.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you got people like Boogie who can't even be bothered to do 2 hours of community service.
You
Yeah.
want me to
Actually,
rub
now
this
that I
shit on
think
my
about it.
face?
I think Star Wars Explains Patreon actually does say if you donate this amount, you're invited to like a monthly Zoom meeting.
Oh
I think we
yeah.
should get Darth Melvin to donate that.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
I will
Do
say
it.
this could be a way to get in contact with Star Wars Explain if you so desire to debate them Backseater.
Dude, it would be an awesome troll moment if like Melvin just donates under a different name so they don't know anything, and then they like send out the little link, and then as soon as he like turns on his camera, he's just like, "Hello there, this is Darth Melvin." And I'm just like, no.
Yeah.
He's like screen recording as he does it.
If I ever got a chance to talk to Star Wars Explained, the very first thing I would ask him is, "Hey, remember that time at Star Wars Celebration when you offered to have a little chit chat with Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, and then you ran away like a bitch? What's that?"
And then he starts making excuses, and you're just like, save it.
Yeah.
He'll probably say something along the lines of, "Well, I mean, I did plan to meeting with him, but you know, I got the butterflies, and Molly needed to change me."
Yeah.
I'd rather dress up like Slave Leia.
Yeah, tell you what, I'll hang on. So, Evan, what is it with Sex Explains, like, monthly Patreon again? Like, about the meetup and shit?
I'll have to check again and
Alright.
see the amounts.
Okay, check
I
it
mean,
out.
once I get all the details, we could discuss and see how
Plan
we do it.
something, yeah. We could jump them, yeah. Anyway.
Personally,
Well, maybe not jump them, but rather talk with them and see if they're willing to have a sit down with us.
Well,
Yeah,
see, the real
yeah,
master
yeah.
move would be to donate to that, be in their meetings, and then just like get them to say crazy shit by just agreeing and like proposing shit that their side does. Be like, yeah, right. We should all fucking shoot those Nazis, right? Like Jeremy Griggs, and they're just like, yeah.
Yeah.
Like they would probably agree with that sort of crazy shit, and then just be like, by the way, I was recording all of that. Bye bye.
Yeah. Anyway.
I only meant it in Minecraft, you know?
Yeah. Anyway.
by my knowledge of what comes in future seasons, how Clementine's story will develop. Lee's fate is tragically sealed, perhaps because it hasn't been long enough for people to change, for the world to change. Everyone
ended!
He's like, he's talking to Clementine. She's like, "Are you gonna die?" He's just like, "I'm sorry, Clem. The social justice hasn't advanced in this world far enough for me to survive a zombie bite yet. It's I'm black, you see." He just like goes on this fucking incoherent tirade. She's like, "Oh no, his brain's already turning into a zombie."
Yeah, that zombie who like bites Lee as he's off searching for Clementine. Like, that was all thanks to the clan.
Yeah, the zombie has a fucking clan hood on. It's like, gotcha.
Oh my god.
God, I hate this fucking virtue signaling. Because think about all the meaning that could be drawn from Lee's death here. The reason why he got bit in the first place is because Clementine was manipulated by the stranger to say, like, hey, if you come with me, I'll help you find your parents. She goes and does it. When Lee tries to go save her, he gets bitten by like a zombie on a freak accident. So now, with only like a limited time left, he's like, I've got nothing left to lose. I'm just gonna go find Clementine, even if it kills me. And ultimately, he does that. And the tragic thing of all is he has to die with the only thing he can do left is to give her one last piece of advice so she can go on living without him. It's like, it's the tragic like parent passing on and their child has to go on without them kind of story. But no, she just rather like all that meaning is meaningless to this lady. She just has to make everything about race.
Yeah, like she misses all the actual storytelling, writing, character, and everything because it's all just about racial themes to her.
Yeah, pretty much. Fucking ridiculous, man.
Their colonized minds into the new age. As capitalist institutions crumble around them, many people only reproduce their ideologies, showing us that a catastrophic event like a zombie apocalypse isn't enough to change the world. We all, each and every one of us, have to change too. As such, maybe
everybody can change, man.
It's just too soon after the apocalypse for Lee to survive.
Too soon? It's been over 100 days! The fuck you talking about?
Also,
Hang on.
Capitalism did not cause Lee to die.
It's not too soon. It's just unfortunate. Like, he got bitten out of a freak accident. That's all it was.
It's not capitalism or because he was black. Yeah, it's like, it's very much, in this context of the story, it means a lot more than whatever theme you're trying to construct around it.
Yeah, episode 5 takes place on day 102, yeah.
This is when Ant is like, you guys are too bogged down in this plot stuff. You need to focus on the themes that I just made up in my head.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, when you dismiss the themes and prove how much the plot doesn't reinforce those themes, they'll then go, why are you taking it so seriously? It's a movie about space lizards for kids.
Yeah.
It's a movie about flesh-eating zombies. Those aren't even real.
Yeah, pretty much. Anyway.
In these communities haunted by the old world and its violence, men like Lee remain doomed, and Lee's body, marked for death, finally reaches this grim destiny.
I mean, Lee wouldn't have been marked if that zombie didn't fucking sneak attack and bite him, so... You're kind of ignoring, like, what actually spelled doom for him, you know?
What happened when Duck was bitten? Was his body marked for death because of a racial society?
Was he marked for death to get fucking killed by the damn walker? Was he marked for death as soon as the apocalypse began? I don't think he was.
Was Ben marked for death because of race?
Yes.
No, the reason why he was marked for death is just because he was too much of a pussy to adapt to it.
Yeah. Sorry, Melissa. Sorry, I missed this. My bad, John. They, them, Lamau. Yeah.
Do better. Okay, like, do better. Like, okay.
Yeah.
She said they, by the way.
As part of a new generation of marginalized kids banding together.
Ah, yes, the marginalized kids of fucking Violet and Ruby, who are two white ladies. Yeah, okay.
Will be part of the project of building a different world. Now, many people come to question their own ideas of black masculinity by enacting Lee's subversion of the violent, aggressive criminal type with non-violence, negotiation, and care. A lot of people describe Lee's story as a redemption, but does he need to be redeemed?
It is a redemption. He started the story by killing somebody for understandable reasons, but he still committed murder. He ends the story by saving someone.
Right, yeah.
He started doing something bad, he ended his story by doing something good. And it's such a good thing that even years later, when we get to the final season, Clementine thinks more about Lee than her own parents.
Yeah.
Further to the point, can we only humanize black men when they perform these sorts of non-normative masculinity? What if they...
Oh...
They aren't perfect victims? What if they have every right to be angry? What if their violence is justified? What if they are criminals, but it's their criminalization which is the problem? In the first place, we have to understand that not all violence is the same. The violence of a black man acting in self-defense is not the violence of a racist state. Why do we assume the worst about a black man killing a state senator? What were the circumstances of that murder? And why is an individual...
We were told.
We were told the circumstances. His wife was cheating on him. This whole video just seems like a giant ad for Antifa. Not all crime is the same. Why should we assume that black men are inherently violent? Like, nobody thinks this way.
What's funny is that these people are the ones who would look at crime differently based on race. They would just do the opposite of what they were talking about. Where, like, and you see it with, Daniel Penny versus,
oh my god.
Whenever different people die, they're just like, oh, black man died. That must mean there was something wrong with the person can never defend themselves. Oh, white man died. He probably had it coming. It's
like remember the Stop Asian Hate trend that was going on, and then it stopped when they realized, most violent crime committed against Asians were committed by black people. Oh, so
yeah.
Very true. Never forget what happened in the 90s in Oakland.
Yeah.
But of course, people would rather disregard that because it would go against their narrative.
Right, yeah.
It's almost like they endorse Asian hate.
Yeah. Anyway.
Killing violent, but not the systematic violence.
Hang on. Yeah, Melissa's pretty much spot on. Bingo. This video is Antifa propaganda. Yeah, pretty much. Also, systematic violence, which it's worth noting a state senator is complicit in. How the fuck do you know that? We don't even know who the senator was. Beyond just that he was a senator, how the fuck do you know that?
I mean, who's to say the senator isn't one of color?
Yeah.
Yeah, what if the senator was black?
Or better yet, what if the senator was Asian?
Yeah. Oh, fucking idiot, man.
It's almost like this person's reading too much into it.
Yes.
I'm not even gonna say reading too much, just reading something completely different and making up a fan fiction.
Something that's just not there.
Yeah.
Right. Oi, 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 oi.
Flourishing and imprisoning black men. How should Lee be expected to trust people who never trust him? Is he only human if he turns the other cheek to racist Larry, Kenny, Lily, the stranger?
No.
Doesn't he have
A bunch of people you just assumed were racist, by the way. Like, you made up that entire headcanon of each one of those characters.
Literally, yes.
every reason to be as angry as he is?
It's his deal with Clem. It's everything. It's put this rage inside me like I can't even say.
Trey Andrea
What? I'm pretty sure that's not what Lee's getting at during this scene. Chris, help me out here. What's Lee getting at during this scene? Because it's been a while since I played and I forgot.
I think the context behind the scene is just Lee being pissed off that he allowed someone to kidnap Clem. And he's angry that he let it happen.
Yeah.
Like, because throughout the final episode, there's tons of moments when you can have Lee say, like, when someone's asking him, like, what do we do once we find the guy who took Clem? You can have Lee say, like, we're gonna fuck him up.
Yeah. Anyway.
Swarm points out that even when Lee and Kenny do have conflict, the game's story eschews diegetic opportunities for more pointed critique in order to keep the project of building empathy and solidarity between the two characters open. The player does not have a chance to push the issue further and challenge the way Kenny equates blackness and criminality, especially since Lee's backstory has already cemented that association. Anyone who watched
It
me
doesn't push something that's not there because it's focused on its actual individual characters and how they would actually interact with each other. Yes, I'm glad that the game they're like doing it as this great regretful thing where they're like, oh, they had so many opportunities to do this thing I wanted them to do, and instead they cared about their characters and this plot. Ugh.
Oh my god. Christ on a fucking bike. It's like, cry me a fucking river. The game just isn't about that, for fuck's sake.
And regardless of like what all your choices are, when you get to the final episode and there's that final scene when Kenny quote unquote dies, even though we now know he didn't die, you could make the argument that whatever beef that he and Kenny had before that was completely squashed by that point.
Right.
It's almost like they were building a connection.
Yeah. Anyway.
To kick Kenny in the teeth, or at least give him a stern telling off, but never had the chance.
Oh my god, Kenny, you fucking prick! I swear to fucking god, Kenny. Kenny, you piece of shit.
Well, did you help him out in the fucking locker, in the meat locker earlier? No, that's probably why he's not helping you, so you really only have yourself to blame here, lady.
This lady just goes through the whole game just like fucking... She just like wanted to kill Kenny the entire time, and when she doesn't get the chance, she's like, fuck! She was probably like jumping for joy when he was lost in the crowd of zombies. She's probably like, yes! Yes, the game can end right now! We killed Kenny! I'm a bastard!
Yeah.
God damn you took the South Park joke right out of my mouth.
Yeah, sorry, Evan. Should have been quicker on that. Anyway.
If it's between someone else and Kenny, Kenny is fucking dead.
See?
Kenny...
She just wants to kill Kenny. That's like her entire thing.
Oh my god. Christ on a bike.
There's like zombies.
That's her one-armed man to kill Kenny.
Yeah. She's like, okay, I can either work with Kenny and we can escape this giant zombie horde, or I could throw him into the zombie horde and die myself probably afterwards. I think I have to throw him into the zombie horde, guys, because fuck Kenny, because I imagined he was a racist.
Yeah. Fucking Christ, bro.
Fucking racist fucking prick.
Lee isn't given much of an opportunity to challenge or oppose the racism he faces from these characters, because if he did, these relationships might fall apart.
Or maybe Lee isn't detecting any racism from Kenny. How about that?
No, Backseater. Clearly, I'm doing these mental gymnastics to make it so that Lee was secretly detecting this racism that was totally there the whole time, and he was just lying the whole game.
Also, Lee does have the ability to challenge that, because in this very scene where she's playing, when Kenny's getting all drunk because he can't find the boat, Lee has the option to like tell Kenny to like get rid of that bottle and get over yourself.
Yeah, get your ass in gear, bro. Yeah.
And when Kenny like stands up for himself, that's just like the natural human response. When you're like in Kenny's position where everything's gone wrong, you tend to deflect. Like everything that's happening in this scene is just natural human behavior, but she can't. It just doesn't compute with her like race lenses.
Well, she grew up like probably watching a bunch of like super SJW films, or like at this point in her life has just been conditioned to like think that's the best thing. And so whenever there's like a story that just doesn't have anything to do with that, it just like doesn't compute. She's just like, wait, what? How stories can't just be stories, self-contained? Or like she'd watch Demon Slayer and be like, what does this mean about the racial stereotypes of blah blah blah? It's like it's the only kind of story that can exist in her head.
Fucking unhinged, man.
Meaning, black characters are expected to swallow racism and accept these forms of violence in order to facilitate group cohesion, rather than the onus being on characters like Larry and Kenny to do the internal work to challenge and unlearn their racism. Ultimately, there's a huge difference between white and racialized, in this case black, masculinities. White cisgender heterosexual masculinity is
white is heterosexual.
White cisgender heterosexual masculinity. Oh my god, that
is
was like
hegemonic.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that she rehearses all of these terms in front of a mirror.
Backseater, you gotta like fucking screenshot this subtitle here. This is like liberal bingo right now.
Yeah, white cishet heterosexual masculinity. I'll screenshot that part.
Whenever I see people using like these big terms and words in their like videos and their sentences, I can just tell that they're fucked in the head, and they spend every day of their lives seeing counselors and going to therapy sessions.
Well, my favorite is whenever like you see people say shit like this, and then other people who are on the left, like whenever they're caught being crazy like this, will be like, well, nobody actually talks like that. That's just a boogeyman you guys made up. It's like, nah, I seen it, bitch.
Nah, we see it.
Here's my next question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how mad do you think she gets when she's referred to as ma'am at a fast food restaurant?
Ooh.
Yeah.
It is they. It is they.
It's ma'am. Yeah. Anyway,
she's one of those weird like people who just can't commit to it, so she has to call herself a they or a she. Like she can't just either be a they, them, or a she. It's like what, like Amanda Stenberg does the same thing. She's both a she and a they.
At that point, you're just trying to catch people because they'll be like, "Oh, excuse me, ma'am," because she, and they'll be like, that was a they part, and they're just like, like you got to keep switching between the two. That makes it way harder.
Yeah.
How about like a side of the bed sort of thing? Like she decides on what pronoun she is for the day, depending on what side of the bed she wakes up in.
Yeah, pretty much.
Boring.
You're so fucking boring! Anyway, moving on.
It's dominant in our political context. This means it's part of a structure which enforces systematized violence against women, children, people of color, and queer people. Subverting or undermining this kind of masculinity, which is beautifully achieved in Firewatch, for example, means subverting something that upholds a violent structure, a system under which genocide, mass incarceration and institutionalization, domestic violence, and more are normalized. Crucially, hegemonic white masculinity is not a set of tropes mobilized to commit violence against white men. It is a set of tropes mobilized for white men to commit violence against others. Meanwhile, white supremacist constructions of black masculinity are mobilized to commit violence against black men.
I actually saw a documentary once where they say that the one group of people that demasculine, or whichever the term is, but the one group of people that are always out to castrate or emasculate, whatever the term is, black men, always seems to be white liberals.
Yep.
Beating the Buck is what it is called. I should probably link it on the server.
Alright
With the
then.
trailer. You guys will get an absolute kick out of it.
Oh joy. Anyway.
Aggression is the reason given for police brutality and killings. Racialized men's barbarism and terrorism is the reason given to commit genocide in Palestine. Of course,
those very same reasons were given to justify the murder of Charlie Kirk, but you're never gonna mention that, you dumb bitch.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Palestinians give themselves that same reason when they, like, talk about Israel and shit, so, yeah.
Very much capable
here we
of
are.
partaking.
Also, hail Briscoe! We give Briscoe the link here to the Discord, not Discord, the StreamYard here.
Where has he been?
I don't know, Briscoe, what the hell, brother?
It's a Saturday.
Anyway,
Briscoe was busy partying.
yeah. Anyway, moving on.
And violence against women and queer people, that's an important and nuanced topic. But equally, nothing
Violence
is a
against a white
justification.
man going on in this scene, so is that...
Yeah!
See, I'm gonna ignore the fact that he's a cannibal. I'm just gonna ignore the whole story, because that seems to be our shtick in this video. I'm just gonna say, wow, this black man is killing a white man for no reason.
Yeah, fucking shame. Fuck, damn it, Lee, you fucking racist. Anyway.
For the violence they face. That's right, there is no justification. Black men and other racialized men have every reason to be angry, and it's no coincidence that their anger is characterized as a threat, because anger at injustice leads to resistance to white supremacy and colonization. As far as criminality is concerned, we shouldn't think
It's not like Lee in this situation had any justification for killing these guys. It's not like they imprisoned him, they beat him up, they were threatening to eat him and the rest of his group or whatnot. He had just no justification. He's just being like a violent black man, and it's such a bad stereotype.
Yeah, pretty fucking much.
people as criminals, but rather as criminalized. Simply, breaking the law doesn't make you evil. Criminality isn't some sort of identity or pathology, it just means that you've broken the law. Many laws are designed precisely to criminalize black men and others, to create socially dead populations, to fill prisons, to be exploited for.
Yeah, what laws did Lee break, I wonder?
Well, no, she said many laws were made just to criminalize black men. I'm wondering which laws she thinks those are. I noticed you don't name any specifically, you just kept it vague.
I'd like to see her try to explain the reason why that comedian in the UK got arrested for calling someone a muppet.
Yeah.
5 armed police officers.
For labor to be trapped in a cycle, unable to get work, housing, money, therefore likely to return to prison. Prisons disappear black men from society, simultaneously removing the threat of black resistance and oozing profit for government and corporations.
You do realize that there's such a thing as white criminals too, right?
Nope, only black men who get arrested.
Violent crime in handcuffs on his way to prison at the beginning of this game, is offered a second chance precisely because of the zombie apocalypse's destruction of the prison industrial complex. It is the destruction of the US state institutions which gives Lee a second chance at life.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't... Okay, so it was... we had to get rid of the prisons just to give Lee a second chance. Are you shitting me?
So you're arguing that was a good thing that everybody else died, so that, like, it's still a bad thing. It's good for Lee individually, sure, but I'm sure if you ask Lee, hey Lee, we need to kill like 300 million people in order to give you a second chance, isn't that a great thing? He'd be like, no. I'll go to prison, it's fine. Like, I don't want 300 million people to die. I'm referring specifically to the US. I know worldwide there was a lot more.
It's the great irony of the setup of this game is like the world comes to an end, but it's in many ways Lee's chance to start a new life. So she's right about that, but it has nothing to do with complexes or industrialization. It's just the world ended, and it just so happened to come at a chance in which Lee is able to not go to prison.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, like, specifically how she's looking at it is that, like, oh, it's a good thing these evil institutions that were just designed to keep the black man down are gone now. And, like, it took a zombie apocalypse to cause those evil institutions to go away. It's like, no. That's not, like, a positive aspect that, like, the U.S. government disappeared because of the zombie apocalypse. That's a very bad aspect of the zombie apocalypse because a lot of people die because nothing is organized then.
Yeah, nobody's saying that the zombie apocalypse is a good thing.
Only a short one. For now, American minds remain colonized.
See, we need the zombie apocalypse to break the colonized American mind. We need to fuck up all the institutions.
Next time, it's the... anyways, do we want to keep going a little bit more, guys? Because I'm getting fucking worn the fuck out over this. And the next part is... Fucking Christ, it's damn near an hour.
Probably
this chick wrote a whole movie.
Yeah.
A long movie, a Lord of the Rings movie.
Yeah. We're gonna keep... Alright, guys, we'll keep going a little bit longer. Hang on.
Till like an hour and a half, maybe? Like, that'd be 7 more minutes? Or 7.5?
Yeah, something like that. We'll keep going. We'll try to make it up to the hour and 40-minute mark. Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Even gave Briscoe a chance to talk a little bit.
I like his name, Briscoe Lantern.
When I first played The Walking Dead, I picked up Clementine's family photo of her with her mother and her father, a woman of color and a black man.
You didn't choose to pick that up. That was a script thing.
Yeah.
And that just showed how she sees everything. She's like, we pick up this family photo of a woman of color and a black man. It's like, no, they're just a mother and father. What are you doing? Why do you have to put everything and phrase it like that? Oh my God. It's actually comical. Like, you can't just refer to people as people or individuals or just regular people in general. It's always like prefaced with the race every time.
Every time.
We never learn more about Clementine's mother or her background, but we do know that when Clementine first sees Lee...
I think Clementine mentions her job, though, at one point. Like, I forget exactly what it was, but I know she mentions her parents' jobs.
She mentions where they are, too, right? Like, that's part of the reason why you're
Yeah, they're in
towards
Savannah, yeah. That's part of the quest of Season 1, yeah.
She's kind of keeping up a false hope that they're still alive the whole time, and that's why part of the reason why she, like, falls for the radio call and shit, I think.
Yeah.
There's even like that bit in episode 3 when like Lee, you can have Lee tell her like, "I'm sorry, Clem, but they're dead. We gotta move on." And Clementine essentially like guilt trips him into just accepting the plan to go find her parents. Like,
right.
You want your parents to be dead. I'm sorry, Clem. I didn't mean that.
Anyway.
He just gives her the Friday the 13th NES game. He's like, you gotta die in this game to see the real message, Clem. And it's like, you and your friends are dead. Game over.
Yeah.
He's like, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Anyway.
Walking into her house and looking for someone with a nervous...
Coming in. Don't shoot, okay?
She thinks it's her father.
Daddy?
This moment of a black man walking into a house and asking not to be shot, trying to qualify that he's not a threat, is certainly familiar.
He's afraid he's going to get shot because there's a bunch of zombies running around making people pretty trigger happy because there's a bunch of things running around trying to eat everybody right now.
Yeah.
Maybe to Clementine, whose father is black, it's something she recognizes too.
What? How do you know that?
If Clementine didn't have a black father, she would have just like shot Lee in this scene.
Ah! Oh my god.
There's some of that recognition there later on when Herschel suspiciously asks her,
Honey, do you know this man?
Oh my god.
and she looks nervous, but
Did you just say, oh my god? Oh.
Yep.
Oh
She assumes Herschel is racist now as well.
Yeah, remember
He's
Herschel
praying to
apparently,
the Lord.
yeah, and apparently Herschel didn't work for his
The
fucking
Lord of
land.
color.
Yeah,
all-
I was confused when I first played this game, though, I have to admit, because, like, this looks almost nothing like Herschel in the show.
Yeah.
And so I was really confused whenever I was like, like the second time or third time that I played it, I realized that it was Herschel, like, from the show.
That's because like the Walking Dead game is set in the comic book continuity, and Herschel's design here is his design from the comic book. Yeah.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
Glen looks a lot closer to the show one, so I guess they casted the show a lot more visually similar in that aspect.
Yeah.
calmly replies,
Yes.
Before Clem and Lee speak for the first time, you hear her mother's voice on the phone, addressing Clem's babysitter, Sandra.
Hey, Sandra, this is Diana. We're still in Savannah. Ed had a little incident with some crazy guy near the hotel, so we had to get him back to the ER and have it checked out. Anyway, he's not feeling well enough to drive back tonight, so we're staying an extra day.
He's talking about
Thanks so much.
brains and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's almost like this is meant to be implied that her husband was attacked by a zombie, and now they're trying to treat him before they even know what the zombie bite does.
Yeah.
But of course, she's gonna twist it into, oh, he was attacked by some racist person.
Yeah.
And I promise we'll be back in time before your spring break.
When I first heard this, I immediately thought that Clementine's father had been the victim of a racially motivated...
I called it!
You know what's funny is I do believe her. She probably did immediately think that because that's just how her brain works. She's
Oh my
fucking brain
God.
rotted to the nth degree. She's like, a black man was attacked, clearly racially motivated. Oh my gosh.
There are Yahtzees all around the corner. She
And it's
thinks,
in fucking Georgia, which voted for Trump, by the way, 2 out of 3 times. My
like,
God.
she must legitimately think we're living in Earth X from Peacemaker.
Yes.
Where everyone's a Nazi.
Yes.
attack. Maybe because I remembered being a little brown girl myself, watching things happen to my family that I quickly had to learn to understand.
Oh, that explains
She
everything
didn't look
now.
brown in her playthroughs, so I doubt that she had to deal with any stereotyping. She's a white passing, as the kids say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just professional victim.
Yep.
Yes.
This crazy guy was probably a zombie, but I
No
still
shit.
think
No shit. It's almost as if this is a zombie game, yeah.
I actually, whenever you were predicting that, Chris, I was like, nah, even she can't be that stupid to like
She
take
literally
it that
is.
way. And then
Oh,
she
John,
immediately
you
proved you
smart
right.
child. You severely underestimate the retardation of liberal women.
Because it was like so obvious in the message, like it's such clear foreshadowing. Like I was even making the brains joke and everything. You know, oh, my husband, he keeps talking about eating my brains too, so we're gonna have to stay at this hospital a little longer. And then, like that's what I didn't even remember that message, but like just her playing the clip, I was immediately like, oh yeah, clearly he was attacked by a zombie.
Right. Anyway.
that either or both could be true. In the end, we never hear the voice of the father that Clementine lost first, but we do hear Lee's. Clementine is a racialized girl.
Yes,
going to
glad you're
dis-
practicing your breathing here, lady.
I like
yeah.
how every time that it's like clear that people will disagree with her retarded points she just made, she's like, people will disagree with my retarded point. Stupid people, not just agreeing with everything I say, no matter how stupid.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is a fact that is apparently a topic of controversy among players of The Walking Dead.
Of course, you make a conscious effort to look for the controversy so you can be a victim about it.
Yeah. Here we go. Another sign. What the fuck? The Walking Dead fandom. What?
Liberals do this shit too, where like they'll take perfectly normal aspects of a fandom, like people just discussing what race Clem is, and just be like, ugh, why didn't you all interpret this the same way as me? And like, you know, make all these meanings out of it. People do this shit with every fandom, and then they fucking demonize the whole fandom off of this, where they're just like, oh, you liked the post-time skip design of Nami, like in fucking One Piece. Oh, I fucking hate One Piece fans. It's just like, well, then you just hate the show. Fucking sign off. Get out of here.
Literally, yeah.
And again, what's this just manufactured controversy? What controversy?
I don't know. I know it's not really a. I think what she's gonna get at is that Clementine's race is ambiguous, and because the developer, it's not even really it's not even really a controversy. It's more so just a point of confusion, because basically, depending on who you ask, be it Telltale staff or fans of games, no one is really in agreement on what Clementine's race is supposed to be. Because Clementine, the story of it goes is that Clementine was based off of the daughter of the concept artist Derek Sakai, who's Asian. Then it just kind of was accepted that Clementine is Asian, but then eventually somewhere down the line, some lady, I forget who it was, she said Clementine was African American. And then a lot of people were like, "Are you sure about that? Because we heard it was Asian." But then she kind of backtracked it. Where she was like, "Oh, actually, never mind. I was speaking as an authority on a subject I'm not an authority on. It's never mind. Disregard what I say." And then she came out later and she was all like, "Oh, well, Clementine might be mixed race, where she's half African American, half Asian." And then the whole thing just kind of got muddled, and it's, again, like I said, it's not really a controversy. It's just a point of confusion. And like we've been saying with Lee and him being black, it's not pertinent to his story. So who cares, really? I personally, if you had to ask me, I'd say she's half black, half Asian, but that's only because that's what the wiki says she is.
And again, like, if there's such big controversy, then how come this game went on to be as big of a success as it was? I think it won like 90 Game of the Year awards.
Yeah.
It was insane how popular this game was.
Yeah, the Walking Dead wiki officially lists her ethnicity as half Asian, half African American. So that's just what I roll with. But again, everyone else has their different interpretations, so whatever.
Yep. Emma Ray, in her study of children in games, explains it like this. If a child character's purpose is to elicit a protective or affectionate response from the presumed white player, then blackness reduces the stereotype's functionality.
No, it
The friction
doesn't.
between a character's identity as a child and its racialized identity suggests the two identities are perceived by some as mutually exclusive.
No.
Online debates in fan spaces about the racial identity of the child character Clementine from the Walking Dead series, for example, repeatedly query and rewrite her blackness.
No,
Her
they
blackness
don't.
has no bearing on her character, I think, is what that person is confusing. Like, they're trying to make everything in Clementine's character based on her race, when it really has, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, her story hits just as impactfully. I don't care if she's fucking Asian, black, white, whatever. It's like, does it make the story any less impactful for you if that changes at all? Doesn't for me. So who's the racist here, lady? Why do you need her to be black so bad? Why do you need that?
Christ on a bike, man.
Is just one of many.
What, Risco?
She's probably Blasian.
Blasian.
I just love I don't wipe after pooping. That's
Also,
this guy's name.
a lot of these things that she's popping up, these vitriolic, they're just like confusion.
Yeah.
I know, it's like, how dare these fans ask questions?
Yeah.
One of many, but
Like, these
here's
things that she's bringing up aren't even phrased as like, you know, she better not be black or something like that. Like, that would be the thing to like. They're just like, oh, what race is she? She's like, oh my god, how the fuck could you ask that? It's just like, what? I don't know.
Oh, man,
Genuine
yeah.
question.
the example cited in the essay. One fandom user wrote, "Why is Clementine listed as African American on her wiki page? I don't remember any mention of it in the game, and she looks more Asian or Caucasian to me." Another commented on the same thread, "She's Blasian," prompting a
Wait,
heated discussion
this
as to
book,
whether
this lady is just reading internet comments and then fucking arguing with them in her published book. It's pretty aesthetic.
Yeah. Oh, so Jacob, what happened now? Oh, now apparently it's a big deal about what race Clementine is, and
If you don't
her being.
immediately think Clementine is black, then you're a fucking problem, and I hate being in the same fandom as you.
Yeah.
two black parents could biologically produce an Asian child. Similar conversations were taking place years earlier. In 2014, for example, a commenter opined, "I think Telltale intended for her to be a-racial. The fact people are claiming her race is unbacked and unproven." As I've just shown, that's categorically untrue within the game as a text, but if you needed to hear authorial intent from the horse's mouth, Sean Bannerman and Jake Rodkin, lead writers of Season 1, have confirmed that Clementine is mixed race.
The Walking Dead is a game
Oh, well,
that's
there
not
you go.
about
The
race,
wiki was right.
But it would be very naive to say that race does not play a role in the politics of the game. The Walking
Oh,
Dead
so
features a
she
black-
just played a clip that goes against her whole narrative of everything being race motivated.
Yeah, pretty much.
They just said race had nothing to do with the writing of her character. That's just how she was.
Also,
Yeah.
it's like, I always like, anytime a developer says something later, like this is after the game was a big hit and everything, looks like it was from 2013. It's like, yeah, they could just be pandering to whatever audience they're speaking to. And, you know, maybe they were asked a question that was leading them to this answer. So I'm not going to say like this affected the development process at all.
Right.
That could be the case.
I mean, anytime you're speaking to a crowd, probably somewhere in California or whatever, wherever the Game Developers Conference takes place, it's like, yeah, you're going to say something to get like an applause line or something like that. I'm not going to hold you to that as like, oh, this was in your mind for the 3-year development or whatever.
We also got Jacob saying, the Roxy Stryer method. Yeah, pretty much.
man in a leading role, but the theme is not about race, but it has to feature the politics of race in the game context, to be honest.
What?
The selection of race
Makes no
is a
sense.
game design choice that you make in your game as a designer, because it is creating the context that we've been talking about before. So the game is asking you to carry these personal experience with you along with the experience that you're going to go on to define for him. We thought about the specific events in his day where race did matter. We thought about what set him off. We thought about how he responded to aggression, how far he could be pushed, all of these things. Furthermore, the same kind of goes for Clementine. Like, we've never said it, but Clementine is actually mixed race.
We don't know anything really about Clementine.
Oh, there you go.
I'm so confused by that clip because first he said like it's not about race, but then he goes on to say we want to make it about the politics of race. So
Well, that's kind of why I was like prefacing that, because I knew they were probably going to say something pandering, and I'm like, it's probably who they're speaking to that they have in mind. They're just like probably playing to the audience somewhat in that respect.
Right.
I gotta search where the Game Developers Conference is. We can continue the video, obviously, but
Yeah, wait.
Ethnicity, except her own American.
Well, I just figured it out. I read it on stream. She's half black, half Asian. She's Blasian, as Evan put it. Yeah.
accent and her mother's on the phone. But this isn't information we need to know that Clementine is a racialized girl, because race and ethnicity are not the same thing. To hear
Also, you could just say she's not white. Why do you have to keep saying racialized? Like, is white not a race too?
By the way, the Game Developers Conference is in San Francisco, California.
Much sense.
So I think anything they say in that context to that audience, it's sort of like whenever somebody's asked at some con about like, oh, is this character like you're gonna have any gay characters in season 2, and like in some showrunner will usually answer, even if there aren't any, they'll just be like, well, you know, maybe there already were some or something.
Is Agatha all along the gayest Marvel movie ever?
Yeah, you're saying something to get the audience to
How many of those have?
Woo, yeah.
It was at these conferences and these cons, the panels that they would do, when I first started to notice like all the woke stuff creep into entertainment. But at the time, it didn't really bother me until like it started to just get in the way of the story.
Right.
I really started to notice that when Force Awakens came out, and you had Rey, who had absolutely no personality other than just telling Finn to let go of my hand. I don't need you.
Anyway.
about this in more depth, check out our indigeneity in games video, but in
No,
short,
thanks.
race is a social construct invented by white supremacists based on someone's physical features, like skin color, nose shape, hair texture, used to group and categorize people as superior and inferior, and to create classes to exploit, enslave, or kill. Your
well,
ethnicity
lady, I hope
is
you call this out every time you see it. If somebody says black is beautiful, you need to be like, whoa, you need to slow your racism right there. That's you judging someone based off the color of their skin.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you never would call that out.
Nope.
Background. Like, not all black people are the same ethnicity, so we don't even know for sure the ethnicity of Clem's dad, although based on the parallels made between him.
I mean, her dad is clearly very dark skinned, so he's probably African of some sort. Fucking idiot.
Him and Lee, we have a good idea that he was racialized as black. All of this
so you know then. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's really important because I went through hell reading all of this shit.
Oh my god, is this literally what she called it in her fucking video file folder? Jesus H. Lucas.
You chose to go through, if you consider like just reading disagreements about a character's race hell, then you need to like get off the internet. You clearly can't handle the slightest disagreement or discussion.
Yeah, honey, just tune it out. You don't
Yeah,
have
look,
to.
Look at this. Stop screaming! Okay. Not percentages!
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah!
Imagine like these people are probably the same people that made fun of Az for like yelling at Starfield in a very performative manner, and yet they're like legitimately getting pissed off about people just asking a damn question about a character.
Yeah.
Gender ambiguity!
Which, by the way, a lot of these questions are probably not because they like don't want her to be black or something. It's just because the graphics don't clearly show it. Like she's very light-skinned, so it's like, yeah, it is kind of ambiguous as far as what the game shows. Not everybody was like closely examining a picture from the beginning of chapter 1 to be like, oh, okay, she's mixed race. All right, good. That was very important. Like you're probably just like getting used to the game at that point.
Yeah.
Debating Clementine's race, and y'all are literally out here doing race science. Please.
Bro, you're doing it right now. Please cut out this whole section of your video if you think it's so fucking cringe.
Oh, here we go. Lily's killing of Carly is so different from her killing of Doug, which is an accident. Lily hates that Carly, a brown woman, nope, we already disproved that, Carly's Asian, stands up to her. Lily fucking kills Carly because Carly was fucking pissing her off, egging her on, and basically giving her one giant reason you suck speech. That's why.
Yeah, Carly just literally says, you think you're some tough bitch, don't you? But you're just a scared little girl. Get over yourself.
Literally, yeah.
And keep in mind, this is right after Larry dies, so Lily is like all pissed off about the fact that she just saw her father get killed.
Yeah. So Carly, I like you, but your death was kind of your own fault. Yeah.
The terms I've used in this essay, we could say that race marks people.
Also, hang on. I just remember. So Lily, when she kills Doug, Doug wasn't the intended target, as the video says right here. She was gonna kill Ben. So
Yeah, she was gonna kill Ben, but then like Doug stepped in the way to save him.
yeah. So what's your excuse here, lady? What's your excuse there?
Racism.
White on white racism. Yeah, okay.
Death, whether it's the immediate death of police brutality, settler colonialism, or genocide, or the slow death of starvation, exhaustion, and poverty. What's important here is that if race is a social construct, racialization is a process. Clementine's racialization is evident in both game world responses to her character and fan responses to her.
I.e., the fact y'all are weird about her race makes it clear she's not white, because if she was white, you wouldn't be talking about it at all.
Says the person who's like making a fucking how many hour fucking video on this thing?
Well,
3.5, yeah.
And they're right that if she was white, there would probably be no discussion on it, because we wouldn't be obsessed with her being white. It just like wouldn't matter, and just like it doesn't matter here, but you guys that are making videos on this and everything, you seem to be much more obsessed with it.
Yeah, and
You
by that
need her to be black.
yeah, and by that same token, John, if Clementine was like, like darker skinned, and both her parents in the picture were darker skinned, and in the game files, and when they show up as zombies, it's like, and then be like, oh yeah, Clem's black, and then there wouldn't be that anyway. So, kind of goes both ways there.
This is like all those people who make like response videos trying to like debunk criticism towards a movie that they like, and in the video they mention like, I don't care what you people have to say, yet they title their video something to the extent of, you guys are dumb.
Yeah.
Like, you care.
Yeah, she's acting like Evan, you'll probably relate to this. She's acting like the fucking debate over Clementine's race is the same as Casca's. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
Anyway.
Character. In season 1 of Telltale's The World.
Or hell, a better example and more recent would probably be Poochie's race from Stone Ocean. So hang on real quick. How many of you guys have seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stone Ocean?
Some part of it, yeah.
Alright, how about the rest of y'all?
Nope.
No?
No
Okay,
JoJo's for me.
Okay, well, anyway, so I'll just go over the fucking, shit real quick, but, this is a legit controversy in the fandom, because because this actually factors into the plot, so for those who don't know...
I mean, I always sort of saw him as Black Italian.
Yeah, I was about to get... Yeah, so for those who don't know, Poochie is the main antagonist of the 6th part of the show, Stone Ocean. And his race actually factors in the plot, so there's good reason why. And the reason why is because it's an actual plot point, not related to Poochie, but to some other character. I won't say who, just for spoiler's sake. But basically, so there's 2 camps, basically. The first camp is where Poochie can agree that, yeah, Poochie certainly looks like a black guy, as he's consistently portrayed as having been very dark-skinned since his birth, and his features and his facial features and his hairstyles more typically associated with black Africans from Florida, which is where, Stone Ocean takes place. And obviously, as we all know, the Deep South has a very high black people population. But on the other hand, the rest of his family are light-skinned and are considered white or white passing, which results in this scene with the racist detective that I'm not going to get into because that's also spoilers. And that detective, that racist detective, is also willing to work for Poochie in the first place, as seen as evidence that no, Poochie isn't black, but just a really unusual looking white guy. However, given that that racist detective is a member of the KKK, who also hate Italians and Catholics, for which there's zero ambiguity that Poochie's both, then this just creates kind of absurd logic, basically. Also, thanks for dinner, Mom. Anyway, so now the other camp. Relax, Mom. The other camp also basically considers Poochie to be at least partially black and feel that none of the above is incompatible with his family being mixed, which results in Poochie inheriting more African-looking traits while the rest of his family inherited mostly European ones. So we combine that with some spoilers I'm not going to get into. That's all considered evidence that Poochie is more mixed, that Poochie and his family are more mixed than they're initially presented as. And when it came time to the anime adaptation, they made Poochie's dad the same skin tone that Poochie himself has, which eliminates the plot hole of where Poochie got his appearance from. Now, this still leaves the shit involving the race of why a racist detective would work with a dark-skinned Italian Catholic man. That still goes unsolved, but the camps have at least been narrowed down to two. The first camp believes Poochie and his father are exceptionally tan ethnic Italians, and that there's no contradiction with the KKK harassing, Perla Poochie and accusing her of being a white traitor, while the other camp considers it proved that the Poochie siblings are all Afro-Italian Americans, and that Perla and the spoiler alert character are multiracial but white passing. So there you go.
But Backseater, does that mean that you now hate the JoJo fandom because they discuss that stuff? I mean,
No.
Shouldn't you let out a big exhausted sigh?
No. I already get some JoJo music for this stream yards anyway.
It's funny because actually in One Piece, like, Nico Robin is, the one woman, or the other woman on the crew.
Yeah.
Aside from Nami, she's made very dark in the anime, and it's like an animation error until the time skip where they made her very light-skinned, and everybody's like, and like fucking the only racist fans I saw then were the fucking people who were like, oh, they made her ugly now. And like, oh, they ruined her. She used to be so hot. I'm just like, oh, damn, you guys sound racist or something. You think she's worse just because they say that, like, they fucked up her character design. Like, they ruined her character design. I'm like, but if you look at the manga, she's very clearly a white woman the entire time. The only reason that they changed it is to make it manga accurate. and whenever they had the chance at the time skip, they were like, oh, good, we'll just change it now. Because it's been 2 years, and so
right.
She lost a tan or whatever, and the fucking racist ass fans were just like, oh, she was such a better character design. It's like, why? Because she was black. It's like, oh, okay, huh.
It reminds me of when in House of the Dragon when they race swapped the Valerians, which made it pretty obvious that Rhaenyra's kids were bastards because there's white as snow, even though she's supposed to be married to a black guy.
Yeah.
So it kind of
the gay guy, yeah.
So it kind of defeats the whole mystery of, are they bastards? Are they not? And when you see their skin color, it's so obvious that they're bastards, but everyone's like, I don't know. What could it possibly be?
Anyway. Moving on.
Dead, vehement responses that deny Clem's race demonstrate that if one's emotional response to Clem is to like and want to protect her, she cannot be a brown or black girl.
No,
that's not
wrong.
What they said. They just asked the question, lady. They didn't even say, I don't care about Clem if she's black, or like, oh, why is she black? They just asked, is she black?
Yeah.
And those are the worst examples you could find, I'm assuming. Because you went and fished through everything to find the worst things you could, and all you found were people asking questions.
Must be white, or as someone bafflingly put it, aracial. From this very...
Okay, who described her as aracial? Surely you have photo evidence of that, right?
I'm guessing that anybody who would have said something like that probably was saying, like, ambiguous, basically. They were using an incorrect term. because that's kind of how I would see her just looking at the game without any of the backstory. I'd just be like, oh, she's like, I don't know what she is. You know, could be black, could be Asian, could be white.
Yeah.
Very first season, fan responses to Clem insist that she is not like other girls, sometimes comparing her to other annoying child characters in games to justify why they like her. But why is Clementine not like other children? Other children are either
Well, they just told you she's not annoying like them, and the game actually makes you care about her the same way other games fail with their kid characters.
Hey, John. I just want to give you this hypothetical scenario. If you were in a zombie apocalypse and you were in charge of taking care of a kid, who would you rather protect? Clementine or Ashley from Resident Evil 4?
Well, first of all, I think Ashley is much older, but I'd probably take care of Clementine because she wouldn't go, Lee! She's getting dragged away every 5 seconds.
Yeah, unironically, Clementine is less useless than Ashley is. In Resident Evil, all you do is just say, like, hey, Ash, just sit in this dumpster and I'll come back for you in 30 minutes once I'm done killing all the zombies.
Yeah.
Pathetic because they need protection, or annoying because they can't look after themselves. Clem, by contrast, is perceived as more adult. In The Walking Dead Definitive Edition, the developer commentary track reveals that the first season's lead writers, Sean Vanneman and Jake Rodkin, told their team to think of Clem as an adult, partly to help them avoid characterizing her as a child character through the usual tropes. The team had decided to go with an adult voice actor, the talented Melissa Hutchinson, over a child actor, in comparison to Duck, whose voice actor was a child at the time of production. Duck, Kenny's son, very much falls into the realm of a supporting child character who serves to humanize another character. Kenny is consistently perceived to be justified in, or at least excused for, his actions in the first two.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that she didn't let the fucking white kid hanging.
Seasons of this game, because he lost his wife and child, even though this child was barely characterized. You can certainly see in this foil...
Well, I mean, still his son.
Yeah, it's not really that important that Duck isn't characterized that much. What's important is ultimately he was still Kenny's son, and like it or not, the parents have an emotional response to when something bad happens to their kid. And when your kid especially dies, you're not going to be thinking rationally like Kenny does.
Well, also, like, of course, Clementine is more characterized. She's, like, with you throughout the whole game, whereas Duck is a side character's kid. Like, it's Kenny and his wife who are interacting with Duck more than Lee, you as the player are.
Yeah,
so, yeah, he's gonna get less characterization from your perspective.
They even say in the behind the scenes documentary of this game that the reason why they went with an adult actress for Clementine is because a lot of the kid actors that they auditioned for Clementine just couldn't understand the nuance of the performance necessary to get the proper emotion out of her character. Which you see that a lot in cartoons, like kid characters will be played by adults.
Right, yeah. Oh, wow.
Between Duck and Clem, that Clem might be afforded more appreciation or care because she is more mature or adult than Duck, which certainly reaffirms that children are seen as marginal. As I've pointed out, some fans vehemently deny Clem's racialization in order to see her as a child that they can like, but at the same
Where are these fans?
That's not the condition. Somebody asking what race she is doesn't mean that they're not gonna care about her if she's black. Like, where did they say that? They're just like, oh, hey, what race is she? She's like, wow, so you wouldn't care at all if she was black. They're like, well, I didn't say that.
Yeah, and where are these fans who are trying to say, like, oh, if Clementine were white, I'd care more for her? Where are they?
Oh, there's so many people who care so much about her race.
Superman will
Wrong! Yeah.
Time, this maturity of hers also invokes the adultification of racialized children. There's hints of this in the first season. It's sometimes expressed that Clem
The
is hard to read.
adultification of racialized children?
The fuck?
This is such a gobbledygook.
Okay, I have never heard this stereotype before. So she thinks that if someone sees a black child, that they think of them as an adult.
What?
I've literally never heard of that.
Like, what the fuck kind of world are you living in, lady?
Maybe it has something to do with like black single mothers getting pregnant early, like in their teenagers or something. But even that's a huge leap.
Yeah.
Attention, but Kenny starkly dismisses Clem's emotional state.
How's she doing?
Her family's dead, so...
That's awful, Lee.
Yeah, well, she seems to be handling herself all right.
Says Clem doesn't need to be taken care of because she is capable of taking care of herself, which she's doing because she has no other choice. Toxic narratives of resilience, which plague many women of color from the time they are girls. Kenny absolves himself of responsibility for caring for Clem and denigrates her.
Who is more likely
Hey,
to say
Backseater.
this? What?
How did you find this fucking nutcase?
Oh my god, I honestly forgot. I just popped up in my feed one day.
This is fucking insane.
Yes!
This lady is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Okay, now here's my question. What does any of this have to do with zombies?
I don't know, man. That's what we were trying to figure out.
What does this have to do with anything? She's a fucking nutcase.
Well,
yeah.
For what she's saying here specifically, I have to say, like, who's more likely to say, this is a strong, independent woman who don't need no man? The white guy looking at the black woman, or the black woman herself? Because I only ever hear it from the person. It's never like other people assigning that to them, that like, oh, they can handle themselves, they're strong and independent. It's always the person saying that about themselves. So no, I ain't assigning that shit, lady. Like, like, if anything, I disagree with it. I think we all, a lot of people need each other.
Yeah.
She's just a little girl, Ken.
Lee says she spent days on her own. That takes toughness.
But you have
He's
no
complimenting
idea what
her.
sort of...
Yeah, what the fuck, lady? Don't you
He's saying
see
she's
that?
tough because of her actions that she went through.
Yeah, and if you go to season 2, where it's mostly like it built around Clementine and Kenny's relationship, Kenny spends most of that season propping up Clementine and saying how great she is.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't understand this.
But when
like,
he's doing that, he's being racist. Don't you understand, Chris? This is the toxic narrative of resilience he's assigning to her.
No encouraging kids to be strong. It's toxic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Backseater, is this person crazier or less crazy than Jesse?
I want to say I'm gonna go on a limb just because I have like zero experience with Jesse beyond the Andor video. I'm gonna say she's crazier than Jesse Gender, like legit.
Yeah,
Well,
this
I don't
person's
know, 'cause
definitely
It's
crazy.
a high bar.
Because Jesse does have a video saying that Charlie Kirk deserved to die.
Oh yeah.
Wow, we'll have to get to that.
Yeah,
sometime.
and you know who else said Charlie Kirk deserved to die? Sheev Talks.
Sheev, yeah.
Oh, I've heard, yeah. But you know who said Charlie Kirk didn't deserve to die? JJ Plagiarisms.
Yeah.
Well, he was too busy having doing something with his dog.
I'm not
Yeah.
really gonna like give people credit for that though. Like that's just a basic human stance. Of course, that's one of those things where like it's like, oh, you didn't kick puppies. Like I'm not giving you credit for that. Like if you do kick puppies, then sure, I'll think you're a monster. But it's like you don't get points just because some people are that evil.
Right. Anyway.
damage is happening to her every second, her family.
Thank you, Katya. Why are you married to this man? Cause she loves him, and and he is the father of her child.
Again, it's like as soon as you disagree with your wife, it's just like, well, you should get a divorce. Fuck him. Why'd you ever marry him? It's like you don't understand commitment or like a loving relationship at all. You're an
imagine
actual
this-
femcel, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Imagine this lady seeing that scene in The Incredibles when Mr. Incredible and Elastigirl argue after he's out on the town, like stopping the fire from destroying that building. She probably think like, why are you still with him? Just divorce him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the best scene in this movie would be if they just divorced and didn't have this whole plot where they work out their differences.
Which, yeah, dude, it didn't occur to you to be concerned about the emotional state of the child whose parents are missing, who was displaced from her home, who is witnessing apocalyptic horrors? It's
Yes,
worth pointing
he's
out
concerned.
always that the source.
He's more
Yes.
concerned about his own family, but he is still concerned about as much as you will be. I mean, you're somewhat isolating, but he's concerned about the whole group. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of child trauma experienced by Clementine from season 1 onwards is reminiscent of child trauma experienced by children in the world today, living in.
I'm pretty sure most kids aren't living through zombie apocalypses right now, okay?
Talk about
When the
Gaza
hell
or
did all
something.
these fucking kids get childhood trauma?
Poverty, forced into child labor, living in colonized, occupied, and besieged areas, from the children of Congo to the children of Gaza. This is important because
Children of what?
I think she
poverty, forced
sneezed.
into child labor, living in colonized, occupied, and besieged areas, from the children of Congo to the children of Gaza. This
Reza? What? Of Reza?
It
No,
sounded
it's
like
Gaza lady.
Yeah, it sounded like she was trying to say Gaza, but then like tried to like put a real, whenever people order from like a Mexican restaurant menu and they do their random ass Spanish accent.
Yeah.
They're like, I will have the fajita. And it's just like, don't be obnoxious. Just say fajita. Jesus.
In Mother Russia, car
Yeah.
drives you.
Maybe she's a big Eddie Guerrero fan. She's like, Viva la Raza!
Well,
Yeah.
I do have some good news for her.
Latino
is that
heat.
now the evil Orange Man has stopped both of those conflicts, so hopefully the children can prosper now.
Yeah.
So I believe Congo was one of the ones he had stopped before, and then now he's got the Middle East peace deal going. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure she'll come out with a very positive statement about him now.
Yeah,
Also-
also, I'm pretty sure there's no children suffering through these exact same problems in Israel, honey. Not at all.
Yeah. Oh, rest in peace, Eddie, anyway.
This is important because Westerners often enjoy media which imagines disaster situations happening to them while forgetting that it's happening to others right now. And in fact, it's happening
Oh,
to them.
please.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It says, think of the children starving in Africa thing again. It's like, yes, lady, we recognize that these bad things are happening outside our country. But you know what? The reason why we don't hyper-focus on them is because it's absolutely it's freaking mentally taxing to care about everything else. Like, everyone will always be more hyper-focused on their own problems in their own backyard than shit in the Congo and Gaza. I'm sorry, lady.
And the world will never be perfect. So if you take that attitude, everybody is just going to be miserable all the time. Because they'll always find something wrong somewhere in the world and have to be miserable about it. Like,
Yeah.
at some point, you gotta kind of like compartmentalize shit.
Yeah.
Just be grateful that you're living a life so good that you are able to make 3.5 hours of worthless garbage ass video.
Yeah.
About nonsense.
Yeah, like me! Anyway.
Secure our comfort as we
It
speak.
entertains
Even the
us
oldest
in
children
some way.
Yeah.
By legal definition, 18 years old in Gaza have now
Gaza!
lived their entire lives under such conditions, to the point that for them, normality is a life which is constantly precarious, never knowing when they'll be able to eat or drink clean water, or when they or their loved ones might die. Most
What, John?
She just said water.
Water!
Whatever pronunciation.
Aqua.
Need to get more water to the children in Gaza!
I never noticed the graphics on this dog before. It's like very triangular head.
Yeah.
like Clementine have lost parents and have no home. This horrific normal has made the category PTSD defunct and has led
fucking J.J. Plagiarism's dog.
Oh
It
no!
survived the apocalypse. It saw that and it's like, is that peanut butter?
Welcome to the sub club.
It's either that or this explains dog, and then Clementine asks, "Why is your face all wet?"
to some of the
Stop
highest
distracting me.
rates of child suicidality in the world today. These realities are what we must keep in mind when we analyze characters like Clementine, whose comfort and
Did the developers say, like, hey, you gotta also think about Gauze all the time when you're playing Walking Dead, just so you guys know, otherwise you're not playing the game right?
Yeah.
Think about something that won't happen for another fucking 10 fucking years.
Yeah.
He is ruptured by the zombie apocalypse. And like AJ, her son, who knows no world other
He's
than
not her son. She adopted him from Rebecca and
Yeah, apparently she fucking forgot that AJ isn't Clementine's fucking kid.
There's no difference between an adopted kid and a biological kid. How dare you?
Yeah, and if AJ like really was Clementine's fucking kid, then going by the time scale of this fucking series, that means that Clementine had AJ when she was fucking 11. Anyway.
Trauma. In Season 1, it's taken for granted that Clementine serves as a moral compass for players. The game offers various indicators, including perhaps most strikingly the moment where Lee must choose between saving Doug and Carly, and Clem stands frightened in the middle of the frame.
Doug,
there are
obviously.
several other moments where Clem's reactions to decisions construct her as a key indicator as to the morality of your decisions as well.
Wow, you hate men, you chose Carly. No, I'm
Yeah,
joking.
what the fuck? No, I'm just kidding. Carly is objectively the better option to save in that scenario, though.
Unfortunately, you don't get to bang her.
Yeah.
Other characters are affected.
Report to the
For
ship as soon
example,
as possible. We'll bang, okay?
Yeah.
Krista initially, based on very little information,
Anything for
votes to
pussy.
remove Ben from the group,
Just,
but
like,
when
kills the zombies, just like anything for Pootie Tang.
as well. Even other characters are affected. For example, Krista initially, based on very little information, votes to remove Ben from the group, but when Clementine protests, with a guilty face, Krista changes her vote to an abstention.
Well, I vote we leave him. I'm sorry, Ben. I know you mean well, but all I want to do is get back to Omi, and you put that at risk.
Wait, don't I get a vote?
Of course you do.
Of course you do.
Ben's nice. He's my friend. We don't leave friends behind. That's my vote.
On second thought, I think I'm gonna abstain.
Aside from this, little attention is
Pussy.
actually paid
Yeah, fucking flip-flopper, Krista. Anyway.
to Clem's character arc in the first season, where she's
Little attention? What the fuck you talking about?
abstracted from her personhood and idealized by two particular characters, Jolene, a minor character in episode 2, and the major antagonist of the season, the Stranger. Jolene and the Stranger, perceiving Clem as an idealized aracial child at the same time as perceiving Lee
What
as
the fuck do you know how they perceive her as aracial? What the fuck?
Because those internet comments, one of them mentioned the term aracial, so clearly this character in the game that they were responding to, the writers time traveled, saw that term, and wrote it into the story.
Christ.
an unfit, villainous black father, callously attempt to separate her from her father figure.
How do you know that she sees Lee that way? Like,
It's the classic. It's just like anybody who's mean to Lee in any way, or like, she just assumes it's always about him being black.
Even though she vehemently doesn't want
Vehemently.
it, claiming that they could do better.
yeah. The children in Rasa need water vehemently.
It's like Scottish or some shit.
I don't know.
This has resonances with the foster care system, as we discuss in depth in our video on Life is Strange True Colors, which institutionalizes the separation of black children from their parents, and justifies this violence by claiming its interest is in protecting these children from their unfit parents. Clementine is not seen as a person with desires, which are to stay with Lee, who she loves, but as an object that needs protecting from the violent racial threat embodied by Lee, and she's de-racialized in order to be perceived that way. This dehumanizing portrayal of Clementine is starkly challenged in a wonderful moment where the stranger tells the head of his dead
I
wife...
thought there was no debate that she was like mixed race, so why would the lady in the game think that she wasn't mixed race?
I don't know, man.
How sweet and innocent Clem is at the exact moment that she hits him from behind. Children are underrepresented in games, and when they are, it's through certain tropes.
Yeah, and you can't kill them in Skyrim. That's a major flaw in the game.
Yeah. also, it's like, what? You want us to play as more children in video games? Like, that kind of limits what the devs and the writers can have them do, though.
Yeah, there's the reason that they're featured more so in like choice-based, more narrative kind of games like that, and not just like an RPG like Skyrim.
Yeah.
Expectations of children in video games from 2009 to 2019 shows these trends through a study of 506 commercially successful and critically acclaimed games.
God damn, what kind of fucking loser has time in their hands like, I'm gonna play 506 games and see how kids are represented in that.
And Backseat also, this book is the same one that was arguing with a bunch of random internet comments in the book. So the book is going to be half just talking about kids and games and half just like arguing with random internet comments that they'll
Christ, people say I'm a pedophile freak. Jesus.
Dominant trends in representations of children.
Hey, Backseater, I think I'm gonna call it. I can't take any more of this.
Yeah, alright.
Takes it no more.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna peace out too. This has been an exercise. So let's just pause it right here and let's just go over our final thoughts here. John, final thoughts?
I mean, I feel like we've pretty much summed it up a few times where it's just like everything is race in the same way that Jesse Gender does the everything is fascism thing, but this one's like even more so because it's not even like sticking to a theme. It's just like making up one thing after another, and she just like takes every basic story example and says like, you know, this is racially motivated, that's racially motivated, I think this person is just insane, and goes through every piece of media only thinking about race the entire time, and then pigeonholes it all into that.
Chris, final thoughts?
Hawk Girl in the Justice League cartoon is proper waifu material. That's my final thoughts.
You can have her, I'll have Wonder Woman. Alright.
Yeah. Evan, final thoughts?
You know what? I'm not gonna give this video any final thoughts. This video doesn't deserve any space in my head.
Yeah. Briscoe, final thoughts?
Yeah, this chick's a fucking nut bar.
Ooh, I like nut bars though. That's like Babe Ruth.
Yeah, I'm sure she's a real Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. She's fucking retarded. She's really fucking dumb.
She's not even a Babe Ruth. She's a milk dud.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be all for today, folks. So if you guys like this video, please give a thumbs up, comment below your thoughts, stream, subscribe for more streams like this, and we'll see you guys next time in the backseat. Take care!